Goodness Chish, we thank you for the opportunity to be able to have the Eagle Raven dancers help you bring in the grand entry. And as we leave today, we'd like to share with you one of our new songs, which Leona Lindoff made. And that song says, "We believe in you." And so I want to be able to make sure that when we leave here, that's our message to you. Ixihan, we believe in you.
Where's Delbert? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Before I gavel us in and call us to order, I just have to take a minute and reflect. Right now, I'm feeling that Creator is very good. When I look at all of you, Creator is good. Gonna choose what a beautiful way to start our day with our song, hearing language. So I'm going to call this 88th Annual Tribal Assembly of Central Council, Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska to order. Seattle delegate Jessica Lopre is making new records today. She usually likes to get to the mic. This is a new record.
Ganesh Chish, Mr. President, I'd like to ask for a suspension of the rules for a moment and ask that our Seattle Youth Ambassador, Kara, I called her
Meyer.
mother's name, Erica Meyer, be seated with us for the duration of Tribal Assembly.
Hearing no objection.
Woohoo!
Good morning, Mr. President. I'm Judy Helgeson from Prague, Alaska. We have a young man here that is working in DC, and his name is Tristan Duval. We would like to see if he could be seated with us.
Hearing no objection.
Thank you.
Vice President Sanderson.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask permission for our youth, Cecilia Louise Peel, Peel to sit with us at the table.
Hearing no objection.
He's right here. Give them a wave. Thank you.
All right, if we can get started in a good way, I'd like to ask Pastor Gary Bennett to please join us and lead us in a prayer. Mr. Marks.
Mr. President, Juneau Delegate, permission to have my daughter Olive and a delegate in training to sit at the table.
Any objection? I think Olive might be our youngest so far. Welcome, Olive.
Good morning. Besides awake. Good morning. We ordered sunshine, it's on the way. Is that what you told me? Yes, sir. All right. Well, we welcome you to Juneau, and if you don't mind standing, we'll have a word of prayer. The Bible tells us to pray and seek His directions, and He'll guide us through the storms, the natural lives, and He'll even touch and heal our bodies. So today, how many need healing today? Anybody here need a healing touch? All right. Let's have a word of prayer. Father, we come to you in Jesus' name this morning, and we thank you, Lord, that, Lord, you said to ask and we shall receive, and seek and we shall find, knock and the door shall be opened unto us. And Father, we're here this morning as we seek your direction, Lord, and guidance these days that we have together. Many, Lord, need a touch of healing in their body. Holy Spirit, you're welcome here this morning to touch lives, and Lord, heal those, Lord, that need a touch. And Lord, let them feel the comfort and the peace of God beyond all understanding. Thank you, Lord, for the Holy Spirit that's here today, and pray you'll guide every one of our directors and our vice presidents, Lord, as they guide us through this days, Lord. And we ask that you watch over our homes and our villages, Lord, and while they're here with us today, Lord, and cover with the blood of Jesus Christ. And Father, we thank you, Lord, knowing you'll do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power of God that worketh in us. And we give you praise now in Jesus' name. And everybody said, and everybody else said,
If I could have Delegate Rob Edwardson come up, Vice President Jackie Haida, and our good friend Alfie Price. Our delegate from Anchorage, Shirley Kendall, suggested quite a few years ago that we always started the day with a word of the day in our languages. So if you'll bear with me, as I come to the stage, we'll have a word in Tlingit, Hadkil, and Shamalgit. And I'll let them decide who.
Goodness, sheesh. Yake sutan. So I wanted to be able to make sure that as we greet each other in the morning, that we can actually say good morning. But so yake sutat. Yake sutat. Again, yake sutat. Now turn to each other and say, good morning. Yake sutat. Sutat. Thank you.
Emigan Saxum, good morning all. Shigop Diwayu, Gispetwada Diptegu, Bibu, at Gulda Gol. So I said, good morning, good morning you all. My name is Shigop and Tsimshian. My English name is Alfie. I told you I'm the Killer Whale Clan, and I also told you my pronouns are single uncle. So I'm really grateful to be able to come and share Sinaik with you this morning. As you all know, it's been a while since we've been able to do this, and I've absolutely loved this process, sharing our language with you all and hearing you say it back to me. The phrase I'd like to share with you this morning is an encouragement. If you see somebody who's not sure they belong here, they're not sure of what they're doing, but you know it's in them, you can tell them, the Ashken Dimwan. Oh, am. And so we're using that unvoiced L where it's in Tlingit, it's in Khadkil. You should all know this sound where you blow out the sides of your mouth. So it's the Ashken Dimwan. The Ashken Dimwan. The Ashken Dimwan. This means you can do it. Why, what do I maybe some?
Singai la di talang. Good day. Haral is at lunch is at the guringai lagang. Gahuyai gustu de kwa lagang. Yaklana su de ijang. Katnai stu de ijang. Huts kengwala hinu dikeang. So what I said there is good day, friends and family, friends and relatives. Then I told you a little bit about myself. I said, thank you for having me here today. I'm from the Raven moiety of the Middletown people of the Haida, Yaklanis Haida, and my name is Hoots Kangwala. So my word of the day is a little bit off of Alfie's. It's daman. 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 And that has several meanings. Means do it right. It means good. It can mean pretty much anything good. but I'm going to use it today. Ayad Daman Ich Ista. And that means let's do it right today. Daman. Thank you.
That definitely is us getting it started right. So, Karachish, Ha'a, Angdoisham, Yusum. Man, I feel different in front of all you. I feel big and strong today. I like this. It's good to be in front of all of you again with our people. I want to say a couple things before I do the appointments. We're shaking the rust off from these 4 years. Our staff are so incredibly happy to be here and to make sure you have everything you need over the next few days to do the business of the tribe. So one, I ask, please always give grace as we're shaking that rust off, but haven't they already been doing a fantastic job? We really want to make sure we do this right, and it's so important and so good for us to be back. If you have any needs, if you're having any problems with any of your technology, just raise your hand. Our staff is going to be very attentive today, and they're going to come over to you. So just raise your hand and be acknowledged. I see a hand already being raised. I'm guessing that's for technology. Yes, technology. Technology is supposed to be our friend, but I don't know. I see another one in the back with Pat Alexander. One up here, two up here with Jerry and Ella. So, so staff, we'll go ahead and pay attention. I also want to take a minute to a few recognitions really fast. A few years ago, during the in-persons, so maybe about 6 years ago, we really wanted to do more for our elders. They were always so attentive and here all day, and we wanted them to be more comfortable. So these tables behind the delegates, where we see elders already, Paul, raise your hand, thank you. We want to take very good care of our elders. So elders, please know that we value you, we love you, and we're so appreciative that you're here. If you need anything, raise your hand. And I also want to just briefly recognize our Taku River Tlingit relatives. Our Taku River people are here behind us. They're waving if they'll just stand. And we're always very excited. Somehow these invisible lines that got drawn on paper have really been effective in separating us, and we have to remind ourselves these lines are meaningless, that we have relations that go back since the beginning of time, and so we're so honored to have you here with us today. I'm going to get done preaching before Clinton starts yelling at me. But I want to appoint, without objection, our parliamentarian, Madeline Soboff-Levy. Thank you. I'll appoint, without objection, our Sergeant-at-Arms, Jason Wilson, and John Hawkins Jr. And with that, I will hand this over and appoint our session chair, First Vice President Jacqueline Haida.
Gonas chish kusin yo hatu sauk luka adi ayahat kagwantan yari yeshetak. So we'd like to start today with, and the first thing on the agenda is the introduction of our tribal host and hostess. And I would like to invite our emerging leader, Marlis Board, to introduce the host. And following that, we will have our other emerging leader, Jalen Keto, introduce our hostess. And Sergeant-at-Arms, can you please make sure that they have assistance as they bring up our most honorable, respected tribal host and hostess? Thank you. As they're coming up, I just want to say this is always like one of the neatest things in the beginning of the session when we appoint our host and hostess, and really giving them thanks for all their contributions to us. So over the years, thank you.
All right, so we're going to start with our tribal host. Hello, everyone. Tuha ka kiwa'a. That means another day has dawned on us again. I am Marlis Board, one of your emerging leaders, and today I have the honor of introducing our tribal host. Willard Claywan Jackson Sr. was born on May 19th, 1947, to Milton Jackson and Esther Jackson in Juneau, Alaska. He was raised in Ketchikan, Alaska, and is Tontaquan Tequedi Claywan. Willard has been a well-respected elder for his clan for many years and worked with youth, adults, elders, veterans, and communities. Willard is retired but has worn many hats throughout his years. He served as a drill instructor for the United States Army and earned many medals of valor, including the Bronze Star and Purple Heart, while in service to our country. Willard truly works for the people. One of his passions is helping people in the process of change, recovery, and even people who suffer from grief. He has facilitated talking circles for adults and youth and brought other resources to people who need it the most. Not only did he make a difference, he helped people to move on to help others just as he helped them. When he began his journey to help his people, he began, like many, as a board member, delegate, father, and grandfather on a mission to find a better way of life for himself, to hold up and support others. This eventually led to leadership positions such as Ketchikan Indian Corporation President, Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp President, and working as a liaison between tribal citizen veterans and the U.S. Veterans Administration. With that being said, it is my pleasure to introduce William Jackson Sr.
I want to address my family in Juneau. My great-grandfather is Richard Harris. Juneau at one time was called Harrisburg. My grandfather comes out of Wrangell. I have family in Wrangell, a delegation from Wrangell. It's good to see you. Sid Edenshaw is my cousin from Heidelberg. Ed Littlefield is my cousin on the Smithsonian side. We merged out of Canada to Tequedi. The Tongass tribe is the oldest tribe in existence within our region, 30,000 years old. The dialect is a little different than our brothers and sisters up to the north. I'm a past Grand Camp president. We have our A&B president, Heather Gurko's here. She gave me the honor by wearing her hat, which I'm a past Grand Camp president from here. It happened right in this building. I was dealing with cancer at the time, and I was real sick in this building at that time. But through your prayers and support on Facebook, through your prayers and support on my last canoe ride last year, coming out of Angoon, Kootsnahu, I was the oldest on the boat. And I'd done my share of pulling, but the majority of that time was on the safety boat counseling to men and women. I'm a past counselor for substance abuse as well as men's domestic violence. And that fit me very well. I live today to my best of my ability as Creator places us on our sacred trust land. My mother once told us, continue to say this, This land is still ours. It lives in our heart. We will cherish it. We will nurture it. We'll bring our children up in that fashion, and our grandchildren. Gunis Chish.
Hello, I hope everyone is having a good morning so far. My name is Jalen Kita. I'm one of your emerging leaders, and I have the pleasure today to introduce Hostess Della Coburn. Della Coburn was born in Ketchikan, Alaska in 1950 to the Kasan clan of Taslanas Ravens. Her early years were spent in Hollis, Alaska, where her father worked at the local logging camp. Before transferring to Central Washington University, Della briefly attended the University of Hawaii. She returned to Kasan in 1975 as a Vista volunteer. There she helped to initiate the city of Kasan as a local vote to incorporate, since they had no active local government ever since the village nearly went extinct. Her mother, Julia Coburn, was an enumerator for the Alaska Native Claim Settlement Act, enrolling as many Kasan Haidas as she could find in the Ketchikan area. Della also served on the first board of directors for Calvico Inc., Kasan's Angus Village Corporation. In 2001, Della returned to Kasan and has lived there full-time ever since. Over the years, she has served on the Kasan City Council, Organized Village of Kasan's Tribal Council, Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District, East Prince of Wales Island Advisory Committee, and Prince of Wales Community Advisory Council. She has also organized Kasan's first library under Tlingit and Haida. The library has since resumed in Kasan's tribal hall under the Organized Village of Kasan. She also periodically served as Kasan's mayor. Della studied Haida under her mother, Julia Coburn, and has been a teacher of the language over the years as well. And I have the pleasure today to be introducing our hostess, Della Coburn.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to see everyone came, and I'm very happy to see how big and how impressive Tlingit and Haida Indian tribes has become in my lifetime. I'm also very impressed with President Peterson, and I recommend he be retained as president for as long as he can stand it. Yeah, I'm very encouraged to see tribal ways coming back to us, because those sort of got lost for a while in my parents' lifetime. So everyone enjoy their meeting. It's great seeing old friends. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always nice to know that we have people watching over our meetings with all of our special dignitaries over there at the table. And so I want to start today by introducing, we have a couple of videos. We've invited our congressional delegation and special political leaders, and given where they are in Congress and the work that they have to do, they have sent us a video, and I'd like to start today by introducing Mary Sattler Patola, who was sworn into the 117th Congress in September of 2022. And with the help of all of you, she was the first Native woman, Alaska Native woman, elected to Congress. And And of course, as we know, she wasn't just replaced, she didn't just replace Don Young. She actually was put in on the 118th Congress by a full vote of, for a full term with support. But Representative Mary Patola was born in Alaska. She was raised in the Kuskokwim River of Kwethluk, Tunkutuliak, Platinum, and Bethel. And she was just 6 years old when she started her commercial fishing, or fishing commercially with her father. At 24 years old, she won her first state election and represented the Bethel region and in the Alaska State Legislature, and that clearly was her launching pad for her political career. So we'd like to welcome Mary Patola and let you see her video that she has shared and prepared for us today. And we just need one more minute. And I know sometimes we think, you know, that we wish that they were here with us, but I can tell you, for all the times that we have been, our President Peterson and meetings that we've had in DC, for example, we were there in early part of March for the Alaska Days with AFN. And our congressional delegation was so impressive because Mary Patola and Senator Murkowski, they had their team, their staff, and they personally sat in those rooms for 2 days solid with us. So, Mary Patola.
Hello, and thank you all for inviting me to speak here today. I regret that I'm unable to attend the assembly in person, but I'm so glad to say I'll be traveling back to Alaska for the totem pole raising in Juneau this weekend. I can't wait to see you all there. In the meantime, I wanted to congratulate all of you on the convening of this 88th Tribal Assembly. Gatherings like this are so important, to come together, to celebrate, and to plan for how to meet the challenges ahead together. I know that meetings just like this have been happening for much longer in Tlingit and Haida and Tsimshian country than 88 years, but it's still deeply important that this Central Council has achieved such longevity. And it's clear that this is an example of how powerful and resilient these traditions and communities are. I'm also glad to hear that the theme of this meeting revolves around the idea of sovereignty and land. These things are not just ideas to us. They're essential aspects of our heritage and our future. We've been fighting for our sovereignty in so many different forms for generations, and real progress has been made, but there's so much more work to be done. We need federal policy that recognizes and endorses the sovereignty of Indigenous people everywhere. And that means we need federal policy that recognizes, includes, and strengthens our tribal governments. These are the governments that live and work directly with us, and these are the governments whose capacity we need to be building and maintaining. For this reason, I'm eager to expand opportunities for tribes to manage tribal resources and to be engaged fully by federal agencies. This simple idea should be a staple of our federal policy, and where tribal management is not possible, the state and federal government should actively be providing opportunities for co-management and co-stewardship. Alaska's model of sovereignty looks different than it does in the lower 48, but there are fundamental struggles that we share. We want to be consulted on the decisions that affect our lands and waters. We want to be respected as equals when we sit down to discuss our concerns with the federal government. And we want to be making sure that we're making the best possible world for ourselves and our children and our grandchildren. This is the future that you all are building with every gathering just like this. I'm so excited to hear what discussions and decisions come out of this meeting, and I encourage you to reach out to my office with any issues where you need help. We're all in this together. I am here to help however I can. Gunachish for having me, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon this weekend at the totem pole raising.
Great. Thank you. Our next video is from our senior senator in Congress, and that's Lisa Murkowski. We know from her history that she was born in Ketchikan. She was an attorney, and she's held her seat in Congress since 2002. She is the most senior Republican woman in the second most senior Republican woman in the Senate, and that's a very powerful place to be. She is in leadership positions in energy and natural resources, important for Alaska, and also on appropriations, which is really key for resources. She also is in a senior leadership position in the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, and we've seen her team come to Alaska on a regular basis, meeting with the tribe, the Housing Authority, Energy Authority, and other things. So I would like to turn now to Anshawaki of the Deshitan clan.
Hello and greetings to those of you attending the 88th Tribal Assembly. Gunushchish, President Peterson, for inviting me to welcome everyone as you start your meetings. I am honored that Selena Everson gifted me the Tlingit name Anshawaki, Lady of the Land. I am of the Raven moiety and adopted into the Deshitan clan. Your theme, sovereignty in land we trust, is so very topical as many of your priorities stem from your lands. The lands and waters of Southeast Alaska have sustained your people since time immemorial. The salmon, herring, ooligan, deer, seals, seaweed, and more bring strength and sustenance. This Congress, we have an opportunity to set national agriculture, nutrition, conservation, and forestry policy through the Farm Bill reauthorization. I'm working to ensure this measure addresses the unique needs facing Native communities. I've been working with my colleagues to expand tribal self-determination at USDA, support traditional practices in forest and land management, and promote economic self-sufficiency. I'd like to thank Maddie Sobloff-Levy of Tlingit and Haida, who participated and offered helpful comments at our recent roundtable on Native priorities for the Farm Bill. I'm also continuing efforts to ensure public safety in Native communities. We can do that by building on the bipartisan victory for tribes with the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act. That 2020 reauthorization included my tribal title, which strengthens and further restores tribal jurisdiction over domestic violence and related crimes. The title also included the Alaska Public Safety Empowerment Pilot. This builds on years of work by advocates in Alaska. I'm really looking forward to implementation by tribes over the coming years. Now, another issue that I have worked on with many of you for years is to finally provide land entitlements under ANCSA for the 5 landless communities in Southeast. We continue our work to finally resolve this long-standing issue and know that I'm going to keep you updated as we're making progress here. The culture and heritage of your people is intricately tied to the land on which you live. The land is directly connected to your identity, and it's time the federal government made good on its promises. So with that, again, thank you, Gunushchish, for allowing me to welcome you as you start your tribal assembly. I wish you all the best. I look forward to seeing you soon. Gunushchish, Hawa.
Thank you. I was glad to. I also know that she will have some staff here during the totem pole raisings this weekend too. So I think I was glad to hear that she mentioned two important things that the tribe has been talking to her about. One, of course, is the Farm Bill, which is so important to our food gathering, our foods, and particularly at this point, we're asking for the USDA to recognize 638 contracting as other agencies such as BIA and IHS has. And that's a struggle. So, you know, for those tribes that are sitting here in the audience, if you want to write a letters to support to both USDA and urge them to move forward with 638 government contracting, that would be great. And of course, violence against women. Our tribe is, we're excited, our team, we have a great coalition and committee that's working on violence against women. So I'm pleased that you talked about those two things. Our next video is from Governor Dunleavy. And I'm, so as we think of, we have his introduction for his video, I do just want to let you know that President Peterson recently had a lunch meeting with Governor Dunleavy, and I think that that was hopefully the beginning of a stronger relationship between the tribe and the state. So Governor Dunleavy is Alaska's 12th governor. He came to Alaska in 1983, and his very first job was working in a logging camp in southeast Alaska. He then earned his teacher's certificate and then a master's in education from the University of Fairbanks. And then he had, and then he spent about 2 decades in the Arctic communities working as a teacher and a principal and a superintendent. His wife, Rose, is Inupiaq from the community of Norvik, and they moved and lived in Wasilla, where he owned an education consulting firm, and that while he was on the Matsu school board, and then he served as a state senator for 5 years. So, and now he is the governor of Alaska, as we all know. So I'd like to turn to his video. Governor Dunleavy.
Good day. Governor Mike Dunleavy here to welcome you to the 88th Tribal Assembly of the Central Council of the Tlingit Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. First, I want to thank President Peterson and the Executive Council for this invitation. It's an honor to address the representatives of more than 33,000 Tlingit and Haida people in Alaska and around the world. As a husband, parent of tribal members, and as someone who spent countless hours on porches in Northwest Arctic learning from elders, I well understand and appreciate the significant role that the tribes of Alaska have played in our past, our present, and our future. That's why it was such an honor to sign HB 123 last year at the Alaska Native Heritage Center to recognize this critical part of our history that's exemplified by the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida. The number one responsibility of a government is to ensure public safety, and we have made tremendous progress over the past 4 years in this area. In 2021, our overall crime rate reached a 41-year low, but we all know that our rates of sexual assault and domestic violence remain far too high. We updated our outdated consent law last session to make it clear in Alaska law that no means no, but there is still much work to be done. That's why I've introduced legislation this year to continue to combat human and sex trafficking, to increase penalties for offenders and increase protection for victims. We now have 2 dedicated MMIP investigators with the Department of Public Safety, and we are continuing to crack cold cases through evidence collected from the backlog of sexual assault test kits that were cleared in December of 2021. Another priority is continuing to rebuild our Village Public Safety Officer program, and the Central Council has long been a tremendous partner in these efforts. When I took office at the end of 2018, we were down to just 45 VPSOs compared to nearly 100 in 2014. At the end of 2022, that number was back up to 66. Now, I'm asking the legislature for $2.8 million to authorize another 10 VPSOs in the upcoming fiscal year. We've secured pay raises for VPSOs and a record amount of funding for rural professional housing in the current year's budget to build our recruitment and retention efforts. I was proud to sign SB 81 last year to implement many of the recommendations of the VPSO working group. And I want to thank President Peterson and Regional Coordinator Wilson for their support in this effort. This progress to rebuild and reinforce the VPSO program is a great example of what we can accomplish when we work together on behalf of all Alaskans. The state of Alaska and the Central Council are also working together on the new tribal education compacts made possible under SB 34. I was proud to sign that legislation, and I want to congratulate the Central Council and your tribal partner organizations for being awarded one of the first grants under SB 34 last month. Another critical service that Alaskans need is equal access to high-speed broadband. I want to congratulate the Central Council for your work on these efforts with the recent award of $49 million under the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. Economic activity, workforce development, education, healthcare, and public safety all depend on access to high-speed broadband service. And my administration looks forward to continue to work with the Central Council and others to ensure we have equal broadband access for all Alaskans, no matter where they live. Reliable transportation is also key to economic development. And here in Southeast, That means we need a strong ferry system. The Juneau Haynes Skagway Run will have service 6 to 7 days per week, and the LeConte will provide increased service to the Northern Panhandle communities when the Hubbard comes online later in May. We're working with Gold Belt on the potential for a ferry terminal at Cascade Point that can reduce sailings to Haynes and Skagway by 30 miles and decrease our costs in the fares for those trips. We've also just expanded our Trooper Ride-Along program to include VPSOs. This program allows our law enforcement personnel to ride the ferries for free while off duty, and it provides an additional level of protection for our passengers and their property aboard our ferries. In the coming weeks, we'll conduct ferry focus groups in our coastal communities to gather input for the next one-year schedule to begin in October. And I'd encourage your members to take part. Finally, as I mentioned last year, I want to again share my appreciation for everything Tlingit and Haida is doing to preserve the language, culture, and traditions of your people. By these efforts, you're ensuring that the Tlingit and Haida will always be part of the rich and diverse culture of our beautiful state. It's been an honor to speak with you today, and my administration will always stand ready to work with the Central Council now and in the future. Have a great day.
Thank you. So one of the things that's great about when having videos from our representatives is particularly when you're behind on an agenda, it gets you back on track. But when you're at the beginning of an agenda, you actually have a little bit of extra time. And I want to continue on. I know that our mayor, Beth, will be here shortly, and then we'll introduce her when she comes. But I think it's really important to note that these political leaders that have reached out and have been willing to participate in our conference, our annual meeting, talked about key issues that are critical to our tribe: public safety, education, the ferry consultations. And I can only urge you to stay involved as we're dealing with the issues of the tightening of the budget at the state and also at the federal level with the federal deficit. Things are going to become tighter, and it's important that we stay involved. And I'm so proud that Central Council and our leadership team has really made inroads into those relationships that really do become long-standing relationships and have access to them. So while we're waiting for Mayor Beth to show, I'd like to go ahead and start, if it's all right with you, President Peterson, with our local leadership from Grand Camp, A&B, ANS leadership. But first I'd like to start with the Juneau Community Council welcome. And that would be Rhonda Butler, who is the president of Juneau Community Council. She was elected president. This is her first term. I'm excited to see that we're mentoring younger leaders to step into those roles. In addition to being the president of Juneau Community Council, she is the second vice president for the ANS Camp 2 after serving 8 years as the president. And then she's also, many of us know her as a strong advocate, both within healthcare arena, violence against women, a number of things that are just really important to her. But in her day job, she actually serves and works for Central Council as the Emergency Operations Specialist. Please welcome Rhonda Butler, Juneau Community Council President.
Good morning. Good morning. Yak e sutat. I would like to begin with honoring and doing our land acknowledgement to the Aquan people, whose land we gather on here today, and to the opposites, my auntie's people, the Wishkitan. Gunashchish Hawa. It's a beautiful day, and it's so amazing to see everybody's faces in person. President Emeritus Ed Thomas, President Cha Yaish, Richard Peterson, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Delphine Albee, ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, our host, Willard, brother, our hostess, Della, our elected officials, our esteemed delegates, and our elders and guests who are here, present, and virtually. My name's Rhonda Butler. I'm of the Haida and the Tlingit Nation. I'm Yaklanis, Raven Doublefin Killer Whale from the Brown Bear House. My mother is from Wrangell, Alaska. She's Yaklanis. My late father is Gleka from Portland, Oregon. I'm the grandchild of the Kluknahudi. My late grandparents, my grandfather, Satan Richard Stokes. He's from the Tlingit Sea Lion House in Sitka. My late grandmother, my mentor, Wilma Stokes, Yaklanis from Craig, Alaska. And without moving forward, I need to recognize present here today my great uncle, Shadashkik, Anchorage delegate Gilbert Stokes. He's been a longtime delegate and a mentor of mine also. I'm truly honored and humbled to be here today as the president for Tlingit and Haida Juneau Community Council, and to welcome each of you here to the 88th Annual Tribal Assembly. Today we come together with an exciting theme of sovereignty in land we trust, to make a positive change for our tribal citizens through the power of sovereignty. Sovereignty, I sought out some advice from our tribal citizens on how they felt about sovereignty and the importance it is to each of us. It is deep-rooted as part of our tribal nation. It is the right for us as a nation to govern ourselves and to continue to define our own destiny. It is the right to be free from any external influences or control. We as a nation have been subject to systematic oppression for far too long. This is the time for us to come together, unified, to make sure that our citizens are able to continue to live in our traditional ways with dignity and respect that we deserve. We have the obligation to our tribal citizens to work together to ensure that they are provided the opportunities and all the resources needed to fully participate within our communities through education, healthcare, or access to clean water. What an amazing opportunity each of you have, each of you here, these elected officials of your communities, to come together in a common goal to create a better future for my generations and the generations to come. My prayer is that each of you during this tribal assembly stand in a unified message, showing that our commitment to our future people and gathering to make a positive change for our tribal citizens. Let this gathering continue to mark a positive change for our tribal citizens, ensuring their voices are always heard and respected. Thank you for your dedication and your service to your communities, and have an amazing, successful week. Gunesh Chish for all of your hard work. Doiksit Newsom, Hawa.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
request permission for President Butler to sit with the Juneau delegation for the rest of the tribal assembly.
Permitting with approval of her supervisor without objection. So ordered. Isn't that horrible when you're like, you're at tribal assembly and guess what? You're working for the tribe. I love it. Okay, so I want to continue on with our agenda. And our next speaker will be Heather Gurko, the A&B Grand President. Shahatke. As she's coming up, I'd like to introduce her. She has a Master in Indigenous Education from the Arizona State University. And she currently serves as the Education Program Manager at Confluence Project, which I found was really interesting when I went to look that up, that it actually brings Indigenous voices and it connects us to a living history of our cultures and our ecology, particularly of the Columbia River area where she lives in Portland. Please help me welcome Heather Gurko.
Good morning, everybody. So a quick correction, I do not have my master's in education yet. I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress. So Shahak E Dosauk. My name is Shahak E. My English name is Heather Gurko. I am Raven, Duckdane Tan from the Freshwater Mark Sockeye House from Huna. My grandfather was Paul Smith Sr. My grandmother was Arlene Suve Martin. My great-grandfather was Jimmy Martin Sr. On my father's side is my Dutch side, and my father's name was Franklin Spillman Sr. So I'm so grateful to be here with you today. Ganach Chish for welcoming us. Oh, you are all so beautiful. I'm looking out at you, and my heart is so happy to be here. I'm honored to serve my second term as the Alaska Native Brotherhood Grand Camp President. It is an honor, but also a duty to lift up our people, and I'm grateful that our body in the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood has believed in me enough to allow me to make space for future generations. So first I want to go ahead and thank the Akwán people that we are here, and we are grateful that we can be gathering on your space. I also want to thank President Peterson, Ganach Chish, and President Emeritus Ed Thomas, as well as the Executive Committee, all of you beautiful delegates. Also, I want to recognize the ANS Grand President, our A&B Grand President Emeritus, Richard Jackson. I also want to recognize our ANS Grand President Emeritus, Millie Schoonover. I also want to recognize that we have 3 past Grand Presidents of the A&B here today. So I do want to recognize past President Bill Martin. I also want to recognize past President Marcelo Quinto, and also once again, past President Willard Jackson. Ganach Chish. So as many of you know, the Alaska Native Brotherhood this year is our 111th year. 111 years, it's pretty amazing. Our founding fathers and mothers of the A&B and ANS saw a need for balance with the invasion of settler colonialism. Settler colonialism continues to intend to silo us from each other, to divide us. But our ancestors, the founders of the A&B and the ANS, had the vision for the future, and rather than become divided, our people came together even stronger. The A&B and ANS is the grandparent of our tribe, our corporations, and many great things have happened because of the efforts of our ancestors and those of you sitting in this room. We fight for our rights, we fight for our past, we fight for our future. It is who we are, it's part of our ancestral DNA. Through our work and all of you beautiful people and all that you do, we continue to be undivided. We will continue to bring balance to our people and to the world. As we look to the future, the A&B and ANS is asking, how do we remain relevant in the 21st century? How do we continue to advocate and make space for future generations to thrive? Fueled by this and fueled by our ancestors and lifted up by future generations that have yet to come, we've been looking inward at the A&B and the ANS. Who are we? What are we meant to do? How are we going to serve? Part of this inward reflection, we've asked ourselves, why are we involved? Why do we continue to be part of the AMB and the ANS? But we're also asking, and I would argue more importantly, why are many of us not involved in the AMB and ANS? What has caused us to step away? Have we not made space for people? Have we made people feel unwelcome? And how can we correct that? Because at the core of civil rights is inclusivity. So at this past Grand Camp in October in Anchorage, hosted by Camp 87, we passed the first ever AMB ANS inclusivity statement, of which I'd like to share with you today. Inclusivity is at the core of civil rights. The AMB and the ANS are committed to welcoming and respecting all members and demonstrating the myriad of ways we value their well-being. We work together to ensure diverse voices are heard and included. We are committed to a safe and respectful space for all faiths, all religious and spiritual beliefs. We welcome members of all races, ethnicities, ages, gender expressions, religions, and spiritualities, as well as members with disabilities and differing economic statuses and other backgrounds. The inclusivity statement is important because it is part of our battle cry. Who are we? What are we doing? And why are we serving? We recognize that space hasn't been made for everybody and people have felt left out. So again, we lead forward with inclusivity is at the core of civil rights. So I leave you all with the thought of, why are you involved in the AMB and the ANS? And why aren't you involved in the AMB and ANS? I would like to make myself available to you to have conversations about that because I want to hear you. But I also want to be able to make change and lift space up for future generations in a way that so many people have done for me. So again, thank you, Ganashish, for allowing me to be here and share space with you today. I look forward to seeing the great work that you're doing and watching and witnessing you all make your ancestors proud. Ganashish.
And now it gives me great pleasure to be able to introduce our ANS Grand Camp President, Daphne Albee, who is also one of our delegates, so that's nice. She has strong ties to Southeast Alaska, to Saxman, and so her Saxman relatives are here. She is also the president of the of the Seattle. She's president of the Seattle Central Council, and she's been president since 2006. So please help me welcome Daphne Albee.
Good morning. I've not been president since 2006 for Seattle, but I've just been a delegate since 2006.
Oh.
Not just, I've been a delegate since 2006. Well, thank you. It's so good to be up here and to see everybody and just to be here in person, and we feel the love together. My heart is full, as I know yours is. I'd like to thank President Peterson. Thank you. Recognize President Emeritus Ed Thomas, past President Bill Martin. Recognize the Executive Committee, the Chief Justice Kieldu Slang, Associate Justice Lair, Associate Justice Fairbanks, delegates, the AMB and the ANS members. I'd like to ask the executive members of the Executive Committee of the AMB and ANS to stand and be recognized. Uncle Joe, that's you. Thank you. It is with their leadership and their guidance that we continue to go on. And over the years, and for the AMB, 111 years so far, for the ANS, 108 years, and we continue to move forward and make space for our youth. As you heard with President Gurko, that she shared the inclusivity statement. This is important to us now. This is important to our youth as they move forward and they fill the space that we have right now. With that in mind, we've also passed a resolution at convention to create an AMB and ANS banner song. This banner song will be developed in the spirit of inclusivity, and we will be working with our native speakers of both Tlingit, of all Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian, and we are still developing this, and we really look forward to bringing this to Grand Camp in October. Also, I'd like to announce that our convention this year will be October 5th through 7th. It will be a virtual convention, and we are excited to have that happen. There are so many things that we've been working on behind the scenes during the time that, in between convention. So we continue to work together. President Gurko and I have a great relationship and a great working relationship, and we lean heavily on our AMB and ANS executives to help us move forward, listening to the youth and which direction they would like to move in. We also hope to, we are working to uplift our camps, our local camps. We know that the pandemic has created just a difficult time for all of us as we gather. So we are really happy to start seeing everybody just gather, revitalize their local camps, and we encourage you to become members if you are not already. If you are a member, we encourage you to teach the others and to just encourage them to prepare to take your place, to work together on our civil rights, to work together on just our culture and the love of our people. So I thank you very much, and I'd like to welcome you to this amazing tribal assembly that we all get to be a part of. Gonna cheesh. Oh, thank you. I have one more person to recognize. This is my father. I laugh because I should have done this first. I'd like to recognize my father, Jacob Kabwag. He's in the back of the room. Yes, and I stand here in honor of my mother, Johanna Williams Kabwag of Saxon. Geez.
We'd like to now bring up a friend and partner in Juneau, our mayor, Beth Weldon. She's a lifelong citizen of Juneau, which is really good to be able to say that in Alaska. She assumed her office in October 15th of 2018. I think her current term ends in 2024. But she graduated from the University of Washington with a bachelor's degree in fisheries. Her career includes owning and operating a Gillnetter fishing vessel, serving as a division chief for the Capital City Fire and Rescue, and owning a motor supply and auto parts store with her husband. And we know her as a community activist, very engaged in everything that's happening in the community, and being a real friend and a support of Tlingit Haida. So welcome, Mayor Beth Weldon.
Good morning. It's my honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the 88th Annual Tribal Assembly of Central Council of the Tlingit Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. 88 years, that's quite an amazing number, but still relatively short compared with the over 10,000 years that the native people have inhabited this land. Gunal Chish and Hawa, thank you for the honor of asking me to come to speak to you this morning. An in-person event is very exciting after 3 years of virtual events, although I understand there's about 15 people or 15 delegates here virtually. So it's wonderful to look out in the crowd and see faces that I know. If you want any dirt on me, I see Jerry Museth, who's known me since a small child, so I'll bribe you later, Jerry. So I'm certainly glad to see everybody here today. Tribal assemblies are important as you gather to identify and discuss important issues affecting tribal members and their communities, and to determine the tribal's best course of actions. The tribes have had many successes and upcoming opportunities this year, as you will soon hear from President Peterson. Healthy tribes do indeed make healthy communities. The theme of this year's meeting is sovereignty in land we trust. As many of you are considering placing lands into trust, that theme is very fitting. When you aren't conducting business, please enjoy what Juneau has to offer. Scenic beauty, shopping, recreational activities, and I'm hearing that there will be blue skies. For Alaskans, please utilize Juneau as your capital city. Take time to visit with your legislators and share your community's concern. Please remember that if you can't visit with them, you can watch them always on Gavel, Alaska. As you come together to share ideas, expand knowledge, and embrace your culture, I am pleased as a representative of the City and Borough of Juneau to be here to support you in any of the work you do. If there's anything that I or my office can do, please let me know. Thank you again for being here to do the important work that you do. I wish you well in all your work ahead, and again, welcome. Gunalchish Hawa.
And I just want to especially thank Mayor Weldon for the partnership that we're going to be experiencing this weekend on Saturday with all the totem pole raisings. It just has a wonderful statement to our community and a welcoming from all the tribes and clans in around us. So thank you, Mayor Weldon, for making that, for that partnering and making that happen. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the ANS Grand Camp President Emeritus, Millie Schoonover, one of our own former delegates. Millie first joined the Alaska Native Sisterhood when she was 13, and now she holds its highest elected position. She was elected the Grand President Emeritus in February of this year, and she replaces the late Ethel Lund. She served as the president of the local ANS camps in Petersburg, Seattle, and Klawock. And when she was 18, she became the local camp president of Craig, Camp 19. She went on to become the Sergeant at Arms, Grand Second Vice President, Grand First Vice President, and Grand President. She was also elected the first female Native mayor of Craig in 2009, and she was the Craig Tribal Association president for 20 years. Millie was a member of the search board. She also served as the president and the board member of the Craig Village Corporation's Sean seat. She was a delegate of our own executive council and a vice president of the Central Council and Tlingit Haida Tribes of Alaska, and she still serves on the Craig City Council, as well as Craig's Tribal Council and the Prince of Wales Community Advisory Council. Please help me welcome, and I want to bring up President Peterson, who wanted to share with this introduction of our ANS Sisterhood President Emeritus.
There's a few times that I deviate from the agenda, but as president, I take privilege in this because when I was a 19-year-old mayor and a young tribal leader, my mom said, "You need to talk to Millie Schoonover," well, different name than Millie Schoonover. And she said, "She's one of the smartest people I know." That's what my mom said. They had served together on search and on the tribes and working together, so they knew each other. And Millie quickly took me under her wing, found out when I met her dad that our families went back quite a ways, and that we had a real history. But in my young leadership, pretty much from becoming the tribal president in my village to becoming a delegate for Kisan, every step of the way I had Millie there guiding and supporting, mentoring. Sometimes you'd hear her say, "Rickety." That was her name for me. But it is an incredible honor, and I asked Clinton and Judy to stand up because I know it was a couple years ago they also nominated her as our tribal hostess. On our island, Tlingit, Haida, we're all very close. We will fight together, we play together, but we stand together, And so it's a real honor for the three of us to be here and support our friend, mentor, sister, Auntie Millie. So if we could all stand and recognize Millie Schoonover, ANS President, Grand President Emeritus.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I feel like I died and went to heaven. And if this is what heaven is all about, I am ready when that time comes. It is indeed an honor for me to be standing before this esteemed delegates. The first time I was a delegate, I was 18. The group was very, very small. And I look out and I see you all. I see new faces. I'm going to try not to get emotional. I feel totally lost without my sisters, Selena and Ethel. They were my sidekicks. On the ANS side of my life, I grew up being an ANS member because of all the strong leadership. In my years with the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, I am who I am today. I would like to acknowledge on my mother's side, my grandfather was Frank Edwards. His sister was Bessie Visaya. So if there are any family members from Bessie Visaya, I love you very much. On my father's side, my grandmother was Bessie Johnson Thomas Snook. She was a sister to Bill Martin's grandfather, Charlie Johnson, Frank Johnson. I would also like to acknowledge my father's side. Bill, it's good to see you. My uncle Ed and Kathy, you mean the world to me, and I'm really thankful that you're all here today. Last evening was such an uplifting evening for me. Well, it probably was for all of you that were in attendance. But I don't know what it is. The night before I travel, I do not sleep. And I got up at 4 yesterday morning, so I was really, really tired. When I walked through those doors, the energy, the absolute beautiful energy I felt from you all was amazing, and I thought I died and went to heaven last night too. I mean, 2 days in a row, that's pretty amazing. But before I go on, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the 88th Tribal Assembly. You know, every year, Central Council, the ANB, and ANS come up with a theme. But this year's theme, Sovereignty in Land We Trust. How natural is that? We come from the richest of richest cultures. How many of you have walked into other rooms and did not feel the positive vibes, the spirituality that you feel when you go to our Indigenous conventions? It doesn't get any better than this. I've had so many blessings throughout my life. And each of you have touched my life in some way, whether it's a big way or a small way. but it has made me a stronger woman. And it's funny, as we get older, I remember my parents used to cry over if they saw someone they hadn't seen in a long time, they would cry. Well, guess what? I'm there. It's so hard not to get emotional. The feelings, the vibes that we get from one another is a true, true blessing. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'll be here throughout the week. So I hope to be able to spend some time with each of you. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge my nephew, Tristan Duville. Would you stand, please? He is one of our money men or he works for one of the government entities in Washington, D.C. He will be moving to Washington, D.C. So if any of your tribes, any of your entities are looking for dollars, please talk with Tristan. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you. Again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to come before you. Have a great, great General Assembly. I love you. Buenas noches. Thank you.
Okay, we are a little ahead of schedule, which means you guys earned what? A break. Yay. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. And so we'll come back and do the credentials report right after that. And then we'll continue on with the rest of the reports from Central Council. So
We can talk about energy.
You're nothing but great things. Good morning, everyone. Ketchikan has a food box raffle here. It's full of native food. So on our breaks and during the lunch hour, we would encourage you to come and visit Ketchikan. Thank you. Our food box raffle.
Okay, we're going to start gathering back up to our, if delegates can take their places at their tables. I know many of you took the break to discover that we had artisans in the back hallway. And I did the quickest walkthrough that I've ever done. That doesn't mean I'm not going to go back at lunchtime. If delegates could please make their way to their seats. And while everybody's gathering back to their places, just a couple of general announcements that I'd like to make. First of all, I want to let you know that not only do we have the vendors in the back area, and we will keep that doors back there shut so that we don't have any noise disturbance coming from the hallway. So if you guys that are coming through that doorway, if you can make sure the door gets shut before we get back into session. Second announcement that I'd like to make is we have some of our community navigators here to assist us this week. And so when you go into sacred grounds, there will be a community navigator posted there. You can go and ask any questions. If you need any assistance or help of any time, just know that there'll be a community navigator there. And then we have community navigator Carol Martinez, who is in the back of the room here. I'm looking for Carol, but she has been in the back of the room. Many of you know who she is, and she'll be here to be able to also assist you. I also want to mention that Carol is one of the Housing Authority board members. All right, and then also I wanted to be able to announce to those that are online, as we said, there's probably about 50 people online. And remember, this is a, what's the term? A hybrid meeting. So we have those here in person, and then we have those that are watching us, are participating virtually, including some delegates that are virtually watching, and we even have one of our executive council members, Will Micklin, watching virtually. So I have here Heather Gotti, and she is assisting so that those of you who are watching online, you can send messages to her via the chat. She will, if you have questions you need to ask, she will let me know. And so hopefully we'll be very seamless with her right here, being able to assist you online. And at this point, I would like to recognize former President Will Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking for privilege of the floor to make a presentation from the A&B, which is considered a grandfather of our organization. It took more than 5 minutes.
So approved.
Okay, Peter Narrows, who's president of Juno Camp, and Marcelo Quinto are here to make a presentation. Are they here? They
Yes,
were
Marcelo Quinto. I saw him in the
Marcelo and
back.
Peter,
He's
yeah.
coming. He's coming forward
Please
now.
come forward.
Yes, he is. For those of you just joined us, Delegate
Peter?
Bill Martin has asked for the privilege of the floor, special privileges, so that we can have a presentation by Marcelo Quinto
And Peter Narrows.
and, oh, Peter Narrows, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Brother Bill. Delegates, my name is Peter Nowrose. I'm president of A&B Camp 70, Glacier Valley. It's a distinct honor and privilege to be here today, and I appreciate this moment in time. I'll be brief. Shortly after Floyd Kukesh passed away, we missed him very much in Camp 70. We said this was a man that embodied everything that we wanted to accomplish as an organization, Camp 70 being an advocate for our civil rights, our land sovereignty, our sovereignty over our water, our fisheries. So when Floyd passed, we decided that we wanted to recognize those individuals that embodied his spirit in the future. And we've done that for the years that have passed since then. Bill Martin conferred the first Floyd Kukesh Award to Lena Wood Kukesh and the family. So Camp 70 each year has done that. We're not always that great about getting it done because, especially during COVID. So today we're going to give 2 awards away because it covers 2021 and 2022. We do it in reverse order. So I'm going to ask my brother, Marcelo Quinto, who was the president of Camp 70 at the time, to award to give our first award, which is for 2021.
Well, thank you, Brother Peter. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all the delegates here because seeing you here is great to see where we are today. When I served on the Tlingit Haida board, the assembly, I think it was like about 53 or 54 years ago. And so you've come a long ways, and it's your hard work that has brought us to where we are today. Which brings me to, what has really happened is that the leadership we had that started this and the leadership that we have today has been consistent in that trying to forward our people over the thing. Today, I'm very happy to see that Tlingit Haida, as well as the rest of our corporations, have brought us to the forefront of the state of Alaska. When we were first starting, it was very difficult for our people to even get recognized. Now they have to recognize us because we stand for something. We are part of Alaska, and we're becoming a more and more larger player in the state of Alaska, throughout the whole state of Alaska. So I think the award we have today is to recognize, our present leader in Tlingit Haida, which I'm about to give, and I hope that you will agree that his leadership has brought us forth and has made us a big picture in not only in the southeast, but certainly in Juneau, and throughout the state of Alaska. And we'd like to present, Richard Peterson, the president of Tlingit Haida, with this award. And it's to recognize his hard work, but you can't do it without you. And so I want to say, Richard, I hope that, you'll continue all this efforts. You've made amazing, progress for us, and I appreciate it very much. And thank you very much, President Peterson.
Geez, how, when Marcelo was speaking, I had to lean over to Maddie. I was like, wait, what did he just say? She goes, I think he's recognizing you. That really caught me off guard. When I speak about Tlingit and Haida, I always try to remember to mention that we're the children of the A&B and A&S. Recently just reading the book Raven's Bones by Andy Hope III, and talks about the history of Tlingit and Haida and that it was A&B and A&S that were the leaders. They're the ones who declared so many things on our behalf. And so this truly is probably the biggest honor I could ever receive from our brothers. I'm actually just kind of caught speechless. So I'll just say, Gunakchish,
People are going to ask me how am I going to keep this short, but thank you, Richard, for coming up here and accepting it so graciously and leaving time for our second award winner. Last year, we were at convention in Anchorage, as was mentioned earlier, and we talked about a number of things, including how do we get new members? How do we get young people to be involved? And since that time, I've learned that it's not really good to say young people because they don't like to be called young people. But we just heard that Millie joined the A&B and developed her leadership skills. At what age? I don't want to say, but it was a young person. We heard about President Peterson's early life. He was a young person. In my mind, he's still a young person. Well, the next person is something like a young person, but when he speaks like someone who knows what he's talking about. And not only does he know what he's talking about, he lives that life. He is involved. If there was somebody who was going to speak to our camp about this person, the strongest, it would be Floyd Kukesh. He believed in us communicating directly with the authorities, whether it's the Forest Service, whether it's the state of Alaska, or whether it's ourselves. He would look around and see the veterans gathered in a room and say, where are you in the fight that we are having right now with our fisheries, with our herring, with our salmon? So without sounding too much like an advocate for a warrior, I'd like to introduce a real warrior, the recipient of our 2022 award, Floyd Kukesh Award, Keenan Sanderson.
Oh, wow, you even got my Sit News school board thing up here. Wow, I don't even know what to say. This is such an honor to be here and to be able to accept this award. You know, I'm 25 years old, approaching 26 here this summer, and I feel sorry, a little emotional. I feel like I'm trying to do my best to fight for our sovereign rights over our natural resources in Alaska, not just for Tlingit and Haida tribal citizens, but for tribal citizens all over the state. And you know, there's probably 100 people I gotta thank, but I gotta thank two people in particular, and he's one of them standing right here with his phone in his hand. My dad, father. You know, when I was younger, he's been doing tribal politics for a very long time, and there were some months when he was out of town for at least 20 days out of the month, and I'd be at the house either with my mother or by myself. And when I was young, I didn't really like being in an empty household, but I'd never really understood why until I grew older and got into high school and college, when I started to realize, like, somebody has to do the work to be able to fight for our people and our sovereign rights over natural resources, and that's the kind of thing that I wish I would have recognized that a lot sooner. Thank you, Father, for always being there for me. President Peterson. He's always been a really big support in my life too, to be able to support all the things that I do with advocating to the Board of Fish, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, the International Pacific Halibut Commission, what else? The RAC, the Federal Subsistence Board, and any other regulatory entity that has jurisdiction over our sovereign resources. So I don't know, there's about 1,000 other things I can say, but thank you again so much for this honor. It's, thank you.
Is this your thing? Thank you. That was just, it's always nice to be able to see these recognitions, just like last night was so heartfelt and so wonderful. I do want to take a moment to take one more announcement, and I got this from somebody who was on one of our online listeners, asking us if we could please just take a moment, make sure your phone is on silent. Everybody just take a look at your phones, make sure they're on silent. And if you were going to get any phone calls or conversations, could you please take them to the halls? It's really hard for those online to be able to hear because they end up hearing everything you're talking about. All right. With that, I would like to go to our next person on the agenda, and we're going to have our credentials report. Ella Bennett is the chair of the Credentials Committee, and she has been a tribal delegate for many years. She was also just recently retired from the Tlingit and Haida Housing Board after serving 25 years. And I want to make sure that you guys acknowledge that. She continues to serve on the Kusnu Village Corporation Board and stays active as a Juneau delegate. Ella Bennett.
Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Can anyone hear me? Okay, I'm here to give the report on the credentials. And don't ask me what this is for. I've been so embarrassed about. Okay, I'm going to begin to read this. Let me know if you can't hear it too well. The number of credential delegates authorized, 117. Total on-site attending the delegate count, 95. Total virtual amending delegate count, 95. Okay, I read that wrong.
Those are on-site, and total virtual is 13.
Okay, that should have been 13. Total credential delegates count 108. Total number for a quorum 55. In accordance with the Article 6, Section 3 of Tlingit and Haida Constitution, a quorum shall consist of a majority of the delegates, and no business shall be transacted unless a quorum is present. And we have on here the credential replacement delegate was Jerry Musa, and the person she's replacing, if you would just give one, Arlene Bennett, and if we could have silence for a minute, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much, and we'll always remember Arlene. And I wanted all, more of us have lost someone this past 2 or 3 years. I come from Angoon, but I don't know how many funerals were there just during these sicknesses and illnesses. Anyway, I wanted you guys to maybe shake hands with Jerry, Pastor Jerry. I think that's one good thing about our people is we care about one another. And I just want to say God bless you and thanks for listening to me. And thank you for helping me.
Thank you all.
Okay, God bless you.
President Peterson?
Chief, so without objection, I'll declare quorum. Quorum's declared. If there's no objection, we'll adopt the standing rules of order. Hearing no objection. If there's no objection, we'll adopt the agenda. Hearing no objection, agenda is adopted. And if there's no objection, we'll adopt the minutes of the April 22nd, 2022 meeting. Hearing no objection. Thank you. And before us, we have our consent agenda. And you probably notice I'm asking a lot without objection. Following Robert's Rules of Order, we're doing that because of the hybrid nature. So perhaps I should have said this already, but I'll say it certainly for the consent agenda. If there is objection, then we'll address it, and we want to give everybody that opportunity to. We don't want anybody to feel like we're rushing, but it is, we've learned some different things doing the online and now having hybrid. I think we have 13, was it, that are online today? 13 delegates online today. And so we want to, we're trying to do that to accommodate them as well. So before us now, we have the consent agenda. These are the resolutions that were put forward by our delegates that had minimal changes, if any, and were really considered non-controversial. If you want to pull any out and refer to committee, you may. If you're happy with them as they are, we will ask for a motion to adopt the consent calendar. Is there a motion? Paulette had a second. Paulette Marino, sorry, she raised her hand. And then, Mr. President Martin, did you have any you wanted to pull out, or are you? No? Okay. So a motion's been made and seconded to adopt the consent calendar. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries, and we have those resolutions. So thank you. Oh, that's funny.
And for those of you online, just a little reminder that all you have to do is raise your hand icon. Heather is watching, so in case you wanted to ever engage or want to us to refer to you, please let us know. I want to make sure that those delegates online feel like they're here in person. But now it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Chaya Ish, President Peterson, who's from the Kagwantan clan. And many of us know that President Peterson grew up in Kasan, and he's a lifelong Alaskan resident. But before he became president of Central Council, he served as the CEO of the Prince of Wales Tribal Enterprise Consortium. I did not know that. He was the president, of course, we knew that he was the president of the organized village of Kasan. We knew that he was the mayor of the city of Kasan. I didn't know he was a member of the Southeast Island School District Board of Education. And I did know that he was a fellow Central Council delegate since 2000. But one of the things when we think about leadership, and my clan leader, Austin Hammond, Donawak, used to teach me these lessons all the time by the river at the Chilkoot. And one of the lessons he said was, a leader is not a leader because they choose to be. You don't get to stand up and say, I'm going to be a leader, or I want to be a leader tomorrow. You're a leader because people choose to follow. President Peterson emulates a leadership of people who choose to follow. In fact, I would venture to say that he's probably the tribal leader with the most friends on Facebook. 4,000 friends on Facebook. And he communicates with them. And he shares. He's a transparent leader, a leader of the future. I'd like to welcome my friend and president of Central Council, Chaya Ish.
I don't know how many friends I have. Gunuk how, I don't think I need the gavel for this. You're going to hear me say this every time I get in front of you. It is so wonderful to be with you, to see you, to hug you. I'm like, I've got COVID 3 times and 4 vaccinations, I'm going to hug. But I will respect you if you don't want to hug. It's a really incredible honor to serve in this role. I want to welcome our delegates, our President Emeritus Thomas, past President Bill Martin, our host Willard Jackson Sr., our hostess Della Coburn, our A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, our A&S Grand President Daphne Albee, and of course, our A&S Grand Camp President Emeritus Millie Schoonover. I turn and I say welcome and thank you to our Chief Justice Cal Juice, Lisa Lang, to Justices Lair and Fairbanks, our honored elders who give us the strength to do what we're doing, those of you who are here in the audience, those of you who are watching online, those of us here amongst our delegates. I can't tell you how much we appreciate your guidance, your love, sometimes your lecturing, and it means a tremendous amount to us. Also, I had mentioned earlier, but we have special guests from the Taku River Tlingit First Nation. And again, I look out and see you there, and I'm so excited to see you. I hope we get to spend some time visiting, getting to know our relatives. Please turn your attention to the back and see them and know they're our relatives, and please welcome them very graciously. Our tribal citizens, I welcome you that are here. Again, those that are online, our honored veterans. Our veterans serve at the highest rates of any racial demographic, are our people. Alaska Natives serve at the highest demographic. Tlingits and Haidas serve at the highest demographics. I also want to ask your indulgence. There are many of you in this room who are former youth members of our council, now called emerging leaders. Every one of you that was or is an emerging leader of Tlingit and Haida, please stand up. I will point out that amongst you are true leaders, but others that have filled those roles have also gone on to great leadership. We have one that is in the Washington State House of Representatives. We have some that are managers here at this tribe, others that are directing other entities. It's an incredible to see where our youth who have been in those roles are going. And so I just honor you, and that you're here today just says so much. So I really do appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, I love technology. Mario. Did I? There it goes. It's just slow. Again, I want to acknowledge that we're here on the traditional lands of the Akwán and our neighbors, the Takuquan. And I know right in our delegation, we have an Akwán leader. Bob Sam, are you here? Will you stand and be recognized? Gunchish, Hawa. Gunchish for allowing us to do our business on your homelands. I remind people, and I never mean disrespect by this, I talk about sovereignty, and I stand up and I talk about Tlingit Haida and Tlingit Haida's sovereignty. In this room, you should all know I always mean that's the sovereignty. It was a Western tool given to us. Our sovereignty is inherent. Whether you're Tlingit or Haida, we are clan people. I will always honor our clans above our tribal governments, because the tribal governments are a Western tool in which we use to defend our clan's sovereignty. So all of our clan leaders, I hold you up in the highest honor, and I appreciate you for your guidance and leadership. I welcome your guidance and leadership and ask you never be bashful to share what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong, and what I can do better. My name is Shakya Ish. I'm Kagwantan from the Eagle's Nest House in Sitka. I was raised in the village of Kisan. I am guided by the love of my parents, Leo and Paula Peterson. I'm honored my mother is a delegate for my village of Kisan. I'm very blessed to still have my parents and have their guidance and example among so many others, but first and foremost theirs. Okay, I swear, I tried this the other day and it worked really fast. There we go. I'm so very proud of our executive team and all that we've been able to accomplish in the last year. Since being elected, I made the commitment that the top leadership at the tribe will always be one of our tribal citizens. I want to invest in our citizens and build them up. And when you look at these folks, they're all tribal citizens of Tlingit and Haida. Teresa Belton. Okay, we'll remind people it's okay. We're not going to fine you this time. Oops, I skipped forward. This thing is. Teresa Belton has been with the finance department for over 20 years, starting at an entry level in finance and working her way up to serve as the chief financial officer. Roald Helgeson keeps pointing out to me that this is in fact his first tribal assembly as an employee in person, and he's very excited about that. I think many people in this room have known Roald for many years in his various roles in the health side of our house, both as a former president and CEO of Search and president and CEO of the ANTHC and ANMC in Anchorage. Roald brings extraordinary experience to our executive leadership for our people. Next, I want to recognize our Chief Development Officer, William Ware. All I can say about Will is he has been incredibly tenacious, and he heard our directive, buy land back. And we've been doing that, and he has taken that to heart. He's been tenacious. I hope so many of you took the tour yesterday. If you did not, go outside at a break and just look across the street. What was illegally and unlawfully taken from us, we've legally and lawfully bought back. Our General Counsel, Madeline Sobolov-Levy, I want, she's really building a team of lawyers with area expertise in ICWA, child support, Indian law, tribal child, I already said child support, and beyond. I want her attorneys in the back of the room, if they're still here, to stand up. Are her attorneys still here? No? Clay? Okay. Good, they're working. We've been building an extensive team, and we've had to. Pandemic has really shifted the way we do business. We always wanted to focus on general counsel and in-house counsel. Pandemic really forced our hand to speed that up. So we still use outside counsel. You know, when those governors sue over our rights, we got to use the best lawyers in the country to spank them. I said it. They're lucky I haven't put up the neon sign that says "Welcome to Indian Country" yet. But our general counsel, Maddie, has been building a team. Maddie has been with us, our first general counsel. And I've had to stop her a couple of times this week and just say, wow, you have really come into your own. She's just been doing a fantastic job, and her leadership's been incredible. And I think if this is where she's at now, I can't even wait to see what she does to those people that oppose us in the future. I think one of the things that you know about me is if I'm going to stand up and get the accolades, I got to recognize the people who really deserve that credit, who make me look good. That's a full-time job it takes. Look at that team it takes. I want to recognize Sarah Dibdahl. She brings years of experience in leadership, and calm, insightful presence is really raising the bar in my office. I can't tell you how quickly she's helped us overcome some hurdles. You know, we're really learning again and coming back together after this pandemic. And, you know, our citizens, they can't afford for me to say, oh, we're kind of learning again. They need help now. They need us to be present. They need us to be doing our jobs now. And Sarah's really bringing that and rounding out the team. Heather, my former assistant, one of the things that she really distinguished herself for was her work in government affairs. And you'll notice, and throughout the report, we have been really increasing our advocacy and our presence. We're relying on others to do it a lot less. We've been members of organizations that are supposed to represent us, and we just find we do it better ourselves. So, yeah, internally, we've done that. Heather has become the government affairs manager last year. She really coordinates our Alaska Regional Coalition. And then Jill White's we'd brought on because of her transboundary work, and we had put her in Native Lands and Resources. But Heather's leadership, we found that her real strength was in advocacy and those government relationships. So we talked to Rold and stole Jill from NLR and brought her to our team. And she's only been in there a few weeks and has already we had our lobbyists call me and say, holy, you got the dynamic duo in Heather and Jill. He said, they're just fantastic. I call her Sandrini sometimes. but Sandrina has brought a level of professionalism and dedication. She's always ready to roll up her sleeves and help us out where needed. Oftentimes, she beats us all to work, and I try to leave last sometimes, mostly, but Sarah and Sandrina have, well, now and Connor have really been burning the midnight oil. So I thank her. And then Connor Omer, many of you know probably as a Sea Alaska Youth Board rep, but he's been with the tribe as an employee for years. First starting out as a barista, he's going to college locally, got his degree, joined the courts, and then said, hey, I want to try something new, and came over and has been really staffing our executive council. And one of the things that I try to do with our executive council is they all bring so much expertise that I don't have to go to everything. Stuff that we are represented by their presence, their testimony. They're going to, Washington, D.C., Anchorage, and everywhere between to represent us. I realized they needed a staff person like I had. Somebody that made sure, that they were on point and ready to represent and gave them the tools they need in that support. So Connor has quickly distinguished himself in that role, and we're very excited to have him as part of the team. So our service priorities. Thank you. I heard somebody say 32 or 33,000 citizens. I want to say with over 35,000 tribal citizens. A large number of whom are living outside of our service area. And they believe that we receive funding on their behalf and then we don't represent them. The reality is actually the opposite. We don't get dollars for folks that live outside of the service area, which is Southeast Alaska. So we do not receive dollars based on enrollment. We get it based on enrollment within service area. And that's been a challenge for as long as I've been a delegate, and that disconnect feeling, and we're trying to do away with that. The mantra at the tribe now is meet our citizens where they're at. We've utilized ARPA and other programs to do that. But our program funding is generally based off of service area, but through hard economic development ventures, we are generating unrestricted funds to better serve our citizens wherever they may be. And we're going to continue to do that. We've been expanding our offices. We're making progress opening offices in other communities. To name a few, Haines, Kloak, Sitka, Craig, Ketchikan, and Anchorage. We're working currently on leases to open another office in Anchorage, and soon a Seattle office, which will be in Linwood. We've signed that lease. Construction's beginning soon. And we have an open date of September 1. So I'm asking our Seattle delegation, come September 1, we better have a hell of a party. So, excuse the language, but I'm pretty excited about it. I'm looking at Pastor Jerry, and I was like, oh, I just said that. It's okay. He forgives me. And we're working with the San Francisco delegates to, California is a little bit different than every community is just a little bit different, right? And so we're trying to figure out where the best location would be. But our goal is by the end of the year is to have at least a location identified. But I've said by 2024, we better have doors open. So that's our goal and our commitment to San Francisco and beyond. On our workforce development, we're working to remove barriers between programs, utilizing workforce development, creating opportunities for our citizens to get on-the-job training that can be life-changing and career-oriented. Again, I hope people saw the tours yesterday. You enjoyed the banquet last night. Those are all our businesses. if you go into the coffee shop, if you're buying logo wear, if you get your car detailed, these are all just some of the things that we're doing, and we're creating jobs and opportunities for our citizens. And, you know, one of the things we did immediately is we raised our minimum wage to $15 an hour. Folks don't realize it, but if you're a barista and you work at Sacred Grounds, $15 an hour might not sound much, but I can guarantee you none of the others are getting retirement, health care, and everything else. One of the service priorities that is probably the most personal to me, and I'm certain to all of us, is the healing. With so many important priorities to the tribe, one that resonates and emanates for me is that the need for healing. We know that intergenerational trauma is so prevalent in our lives. Just this past weekend, I attended the Herring Protectors, the Kiksadi Kuik in Sitka. And we heard people stand up and make pledges to protect our women and children. And that's something that I've done myself, one that I take to heart. I had a conversation at a break, and we talk about our priorities. If we don't walk our talk, we might as well not have them. So when we say we treasure our women, our children, ourselves, we have to turn to our guides. For me, my personal guidepost is our tribal values. And we're imperfect, but we're human. We may be broken, but we're human. And so for me, taking a pledge to stand for our women, I think it's time that we stand for our families, for our people, that we talk about holistic healing all the way around. Because yes, we need to stand up for our women. It's kind of like saying Black Lives Matter, right? Well, if you have to say other lives matter, you don't get it. But at the same time, we have to do better. And I'm so proud of our healing center. Dr. Tina Woods came on during the pandemic. Who in this room knows who Dr. Tina Woods is? That's a lot of people in this room, quite honestly. She's been brought on. We've been building a team around her. Her team of clinicians, which are made up of almost entirely our tribal citizens, mostly. And we're standing up for them in their work. Healing circles and talking groups, culturally responsive work. My message is unequivocally, unapologetically, our culture heals. Not anybody else's culture. Our culture heals us. And Dr. Woods and her team are building off of that. This summer, we're going to have a men's group. It's going to be the first of its kind here. We're inviting friends and relatives from other communities, other countries. And if you're a man and you're going to stand up and say you stand for women, come sign up, be a part of this. Starting in Juneau, but we're going to take it out. I promise you our commitment is always to bring it out to all of our communities. But I'm going to be really critical here. I don't believe people who make pledges and don't show up. But right now, I know Dr. Woods and her team are saving people. I've had people come up to me. You saved my wife's life. My kid is getting help for the first time. They're able to do assessments. If you want to go to treatment, they can do an assessment right now. You don't have to wait days and days and days. They can make you an appointment right now. The help is out there. It's not perfect. We're building it. And everybody has ideas on what we can do next. But we want to very carefully grow this out. We want to protect it. Roald and I have we're holding our arms together around this team. We're protective of this team because if they're going to be successful in the work that they do, we can't let everybody deter them with 1,000 of other needs we have. We know those exist. We know we need to grow there. We want to hear them, but we need this team to grow. And we need to do it in a healthy way because it's hard work. Last night we heard one of our awardees, Michaela Demert, stand up. She's doing that. She's one of our clinicians. One of ours. Think about that for a minute. When we say representation matters, that's who I want to talk to when I need healing. So, anyways, I get a little passionate about that, but I think that's something we all do. When I ran for this seat 9 years ago, I talked about economic sovereignty. And I think at the time, most people here in the room thought it was a term I was making up. No, I didn't. It was one I was learning across Indian country. Again, if we're going to meet our tribal citizens where they're at, we have to make money. We have to earn our own money. Unrestricted funds, where we don't have some grant agency telling us what's right for us, telling us how we serve our own people. Self-determination and self-governance come back to economic sovereignty. So, in our continued efforts to meet our citizens where they're at, we're expanding, again, the offices in Anchorage and Seattle, San Francisco. We want to take our businesses out there. You'll hear a report from Richard Reinhardt with THTVC. You're going to hear Will Ware talk about all of our businesses, fireworks. Can we just say again, fireworks? Say it, come on, fireworks. Some people don't like fireworks. I love fireworks. The 9-year-old in me is so very happy we're selling fireworks. Mr. Ware disagreed. This is one time he and I really disagreed. He's like, fireworks, you're going to make no money. 10 days, $700,000 later. Oh yeah, fireworks. Talking about meeting our citizens where they're at, I have to mention our community navigators team. Are any of our navigators in the room? I see them. Gail DeBalas, she's the leader. Carol Martinez, is she back there? All right. We now have a community navigator in almost every community. I think maybe we're missing one or two now. One, Pelican. If anybody knows anybody in Pelican and wants to work for Tlingit and Haida and get benefits and all that good stuff, work for us. We need a navigator in Pelican. But the Navigators is a really special program to us. I think not only are they a conduit to our citizens, they're an ambassador to our citizens as well. Where if you go to a community that never had a Tlingit Haida presence, I think, our navigators are incredibly important. The mission with our navigators is literally that, to help our citizens navigate our programs. If you're a tribal citizen in a community and you need help, even if Tlingit Haida doesn't have the program that'll serve you, that navigator should help you find a local program that will. And one of the things that I've always detested is, here's an application, fill it out and bring it back. If you hear that from our navigators, I want to hear about it. Because what you should hear is, here's an application, can I fill this out for you? That's what I want to hear. Everybody knows sometimes relationships between our tribes and our corporations can be strained, it can be hard. One area that I'm proud of that we're working together is with our navigators. And our navigators have been helping our corporations because they point our citizens to any need that's out there, anything that can meet their need. And so whether that's our corporation, Tlingit Haida Regional Housing, who's a partner. But it doesn't just have to be them, it could be anybody. If you provide a service that our citizens can benefit from, reach out to Gail DeVos. Let her know. We'll integrate that into our training, and we'll make sure that our navigators help our citizens get the help they need. So again, I talked about the offices. This is the Elizabeth Place in Anchorage. We're opening soon at the Fireweed. It's a Siri building, and we already are full at this location. We grossly underestimated that, and Roald and I will never do that again. But we didn't realize how many citizens out there want to work for us. Quite honestly, we thought it would be a little bit tough to convince people, and it was quite the opposite. And so we've had to expand offices. You know, we're doing the offices here in Juneau. Roald, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 27 or 37 here in Juneau? 37. There are 37 employees right now in Juneau working from home because we don't have enough office space. That's how much we've grown. From 190 employees, we're now at over 500 employees. So again, I talked to you in introducing my staff and talked about Heather and Jill. Our government affairs and our government activities is growing at another just unprecedented rate. And one of the things that I'm trying to do is, first of all, let me go back and say, when we talk about our governance, I want to look out to you. And there is a responsibility that comes with holding an elected position. It's important that we as elected leaders of the tribe legitimize our own governance and continue to stand in our sovereignty. That's with each and every one of you. You're elected delegates. I heard Juneau Delegate Rob Edwardson ask about how our delegates are doing. Are we evaluating that? And I say, well, that's a really hard one to develop a metrics for. What I would say is, we always need to encourage our citizens to know who their delegates are, to know that that you represent them, and that you bring those issues forward through resolutions and through tribal assembly. And it's something I'm very proud of. Being a longtime delegate, then vice president, now you're president, I've seen it at every level, and I know our governance works. And when we're trying to figure things out, you know, I got a proposal for the rules of election, and people have questions. I can tell you that comes from a very good place in my heart. It's not about us versus them. It's really about sustainability, and let's have the discussion. And we put a proposal out there. I expect you as the delegates to do the work and to give us what will work. Whether that's supporting this proposal this year, providing changes next year, I don't know, but I know I trust in you. I trust in our delegates to figure that out. So we're going to have probably good debate and discussion about it. That's who we are. Just so you know, I'm not dying on any hill here. I'm putting out a proposal. I want each and every one of you to know a leader, and I was told this by a delegate, we expect our leaders to put forward and lead us. And so I took that challenge and I put out a proposal. Our team worked really hard. You know, again, we had questions this morning about it, but we need to have that discussion and just have that discussion and work it out. I will be fine with whatever you come up with, as always, because I trust in our governance. I want to remind you, though, we ask you in using your Tlingit Haida equipment and email for official business is for security purposes. And it gives you the tools to stay engaged with delegates outside of tribal assembly. We want to make it user-friendly, so if there are any training or anything you need to make it easier for you, please let us know. But we can't go backwards and use personal emails for official business. And I can show you examples of tribes where that was misused and ransom, all that stuff. where tribes had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars because of ransomware and all that stuff. So we're doing our best to create a secure platform for you to be engaged. We want our community councils to stay active and engage with citizens throughout the year. When we get invited, I make sure that our leadership are at community council meetings to provide updates and answer your questions. I also know that sometimes you need to have some of those discussions without us. We won't be offended when invited. Okay, thank you, and excuse us. That's okay. Our state level advocacy. Here's my problem. When I get in front of you, I speak our truth. And while I hear discussion in the back, I can hear you better than I hear me. We met with Governor Dunleavy, and we have to work with Governor Dunleavy. We want to work with Dunleavy, and I'll say, into his first year of his second term, we finally had a meeting. I would say there's things we're working incredibly well on, but it's really hard when the state of Alaska files a lawsuit against our land in the trust. So when they say we agree on 95% and probably disagree on 5%, we might disagree on what 5% looks like. When we have a parcel of land that I could probably fit 4 to 5 cars on, and that's what they're arguing about, I think they're wasting our state's resources. They need to stop suing their own people. And we are their people. We're all Alaskans. We're all from Alaska. I do think that, we can work together, though. People will label with politics, oh, you're a Democrat, oh, you're a Republican. I despise nothing more. When they have a Alaska Native Party, I'll declare myself. Until then, I'm going to work with anybody and everybody I have to who are in elected positions to advocate for our policies, for our people, and our way of life. And I can say, and I will give this governor this, we've seen the most improvements for public safety for the VPSO program than we have, and I don't know how long. So I'm going to give them their credit that, and I'm going to ask them to continue to do that. But when they propose bills that attack our people, any of our people, we're going to stand up. Everybody should feel safe. And you should know, as a citizen of Tlingit and Haida, I will advocate for all of our citizens of Tlingit and Haida. So we have opposed his bill, but we do have bills we're supporting. And we continue to advocate and work on that. And again, Heather and Jill are doing a fantastic job. We are part of the Alaska Regional Coalition with Tanana Chiefs, Coeric, Chugmauchuk, Manilik. And collectively, that represents about 100 tribes in Alaska. So that's very important to us. We continue to establish our voice in the Capitol, and I think we have a strong voice in the Capitol. We're often invited to provide testimony. And when they ask us to provide testimony, that means they actually want to hear what we have to say. And I've been in leadership long enough to know when I wore a hat as a mayor and as the tribal president for my village, I went in under the guise of mayor because I couldn't get invited or heard as the tribal president. And then I quickly switched to my hats and said, now that I'm here, let's talk about the tribes. And that's actually not joking, I would. I mean, back then, really, the only ones you could talk to were Senator Kukash, welcomed us in and fought for us, Representative Thomas. But way back in the day, it was a whispered, hushed tone to even say tribe, and now we have a tribal affairs committee in the House. I think that's a big deal. We resumed our Native Issues forums since the pandemic. For those in Juneau, you can attend in person. but you can also watch it live stream on Tlingit Haida's Facebook page. This year, we talked about items from housing advocacy, the Alaska Marine Highway, an update from our Juneau legislators, and it was kind of a truncated session this year. And again, coming back out of the pandemic, I'd say we're breaking off the rust. But our Native Issues Forum have a long history of being very effective, and it gives our people the opportunity to look at those folks in site or now online and ask the questions. We had the transportation commissioner here, and I just loved it. One of our staff, Ann, stepped in, got up, and have you even been on the ferry? Have you ridden have you been on the ferry? And this is the thing about some of these folks, even when they're well-intentioned, they don't get us. And his answer is like, oh yeah, I went down, I was even in the oil room and met the captain. No, her question was, and it was meant to be, have you ridden the ferry? Have you been to our communities? And I'll just take those privileges, and I asked him and corrected him. Have you? And he never rode our ferries. Like, how can you understand a system if you don't use the system? Right? So these are very effective, I think, these Native Issues forums. And we're always open. If you have ideas who we should have, please reach out to Heather and let her know. She's always trying to get people, get topics that are of great importance. Again, I mentioned our Alaska Regional Coalition. These are made up of these groups, and it's been incredible strength to walk in with them and as our partners, and to really just feel like together our voice is even stronger because of the geographical diversity in Alaska. We get way more access to representatives and senators when we bring in their constituents. And so it's an incredible partnership. I was at the Quixotic Creek this last weekend, and it was great because there were people from the interior and western Alaska there. And I've grown very close to some of the folks there, long-time relationships. Rob Sanderson, I'd say some of his best friends are tribal leaders in the interior and western Alaska. And some of those folks haven't been allowed or to taste a fish from their own waters in years. Think about that. It's no joke. They literally can't get fish. If they ask for a special permit to provide fish for one of their fish camps, Rob, how many fish? 3? Yeah, most often 0. The most they could get is 3. 3 fish. We got to stand together in our sovereignty. We got to lock arms across Alaska and beyond, just like we would if our brothers and sisters down south asked for it. They're all too familiar with the salmon wars down there. That's something we're going to have to draw upon someday soon. We've been advocating there. I'd always go off script. When it got recognized just a few moments ago, honestly, the first person that came to my mind was Robin Keenan. So I was kind of shocked when they said me. They've been standing up and being there and being present. Presence is everything. It's always about who shows up. In your personal life, in your clan, in advocacy, who shows up. So this has kind of been a banner year or two. And again, love them or hate them, I don't care. Still our president, and still somebody I'm proud to go meet as the president of Tlingit and Haida. Our name has been on the map for decades and decades and decades in federal advocacy. I used to love when Ed would talk about how he rode down Pennsylvania Avenue on a horse, right? I ain't getting on no horse. Just saying, I don't like horses. They don't like me. But we're continuing to build on that legacy and that leadership. I can tell you unequivocally, when a Tlingit and Haida vice president, myself, staff, walk into any room across the nation, everybody wants to know what Tlingit and Haida thinks. That's a true fact. They want to know, what does Tlingit and Haida think? They want to know. We've established ourselves and we've kept ourselves there. And I'm really proud of that fact. Last year alone, I was invited to the White House 3 times. I could only make 2. Again, it's not about the politics, but it's about representation. It's about showing up. The fact that I got to be there with former Chief Justice Michelle Demert when they signed the renewal of VAWA was incredible. It was one of those things where I often say, well, everybody else has done the work and I get the credit. Well, that was truly one of those situations. So many of our folks, I think of, again, Michelle Demert, but I have to think of Pat Alexander, Catherine Edwards. They've testified, they've done that. We asked Pat Alexander to represent us. She's not a vice president, but we knew in our hearts what her impact would be. When we go back there, they still refer to her testimony. She left an impact on them. And that was important for us. And because, many might not know, the Violence Against Women Act excluded Alaskans, American Natives, Alaskan Indians, Alaska Natives. But because of testimony like that, because of presence and showing up by folks like Michelle and Catherine and Pat, Senator Murkowski became one of the strongest voices on our inclusion. And that was because of their pushing and urging and educating staff along the way. So it's so very important. I also was invited to be a speaker on the Tribal Homelands panel during the Tribal Nations Summit. And this picture is during that summit. 570 tribes represented. 8 tribal leaders got to meet with the president. I think that's important, and that's that representation. And it's, one of my biggest fears becoming the president of Tlingit and Haida. I didn't think I could achieve or live up to what Ed had done for us. I don't know, Ed probably met every president in his tenure. I know, with President Martin, the same thing. That was my biggest fear. And thank God, I haven't fallen down yet. Not there anyways. I did fall down in the Department of Interior, but thank God only one person saw it. Along with Delegate Jerry Hope, I was appointed to the Progress Act. I don't know what all of this says. So, okay, the Progress Act, man, they like their acronyms. Practical reform and other goals to reinforce the effectiveness of self-governance and self-determination for Indian tribes, the Progress Act, which is a negotiated rulemaking committee. Myself, I'm the primary. Jerry Hope from Sitka is there as my alternate. He's actually excused today because he's there filling that role as alternate, representing us. And then our own Vice President, Will Micklin, was selected to represent California based on the tribe that employs them there. So it's kind of like we got 3. And it's pretty funny because we all go around the room and there's about 12 tribal leaders in that, and 3 of us are, can say Tlingit and Haida, and they all kind of turn and look at us like, why is this so off balance? I think we bring the balance. So. Again, these are some of those opportunities that we've had. We don't always agree with our representation, but we know when we show up and have the conversation, we know that at least they hear us, and sometimes we do influence the decisions they make. So we're really excited when folks like Deb Holland are elected. I just love it. I've known Deb for quite a while now. So when she sees me, it's Richard, and everybody's turning their heads and like, what the heck, who are you? But it's great to see that level. And again, they don't always serve our needs the best, but I know she serves them better than the rest. So I've mentioned the Violence Against Women Act. Again, Vice President Edwards chairs the Violence Against Women's Task Force, which remains active throughout the year in their advocacy. Former Chief Justice Michelle Demert was appointed to serve on the Not Invisible Act Commission, where she continues to make sure that Tlingit and Haida's voice is at the table. She still reaches out and makes sure either what she's saying is in line or what can we add. And we really appreciate that, and that's really an important relationship, and she does us very proud in that. We hosted a delegation from the Department of Justice Office of Violence Against Women, and they visited Ketchikan, Craig, and Juneau. And I know Vice President Sanderson, Vice President Cook, Vice President Edwards all had time, and I ran into some of those folks at a recent trip to DC, and they were just bestowing so much praise on Heather for her role in kind of shepherding that whole thing. And that's the great thing too, is these folks reach out to Tlingit and Haida. We're going to visit, who should we see, what should we do? And Heather always says, you need to talk to these tribes. You got to include our local tribes. And so we're doing that and making sure that it isn't just Tlingit and Haida trying to speak for everybody, but that we're holding up all of our tribes and all of our communities. And the reauthorization of VAWA, an Alaskan pilot program, was established. The Whitener Group facilitated a work session to discuss the Alaska pilot project and opportunities with the Executive Council, Judiciary Committee, and our justices. I thought that was one of the most fruitful gatherings we had, and I think the more we're in front of each other, the better we do with each other. So I always want to acknowledge that, and that we want to do our very best to hold up our Executive Council, the judicial system, and our justices. And, you know, I think we're learning a lot in that area and doing better all the time. In the area of veterans, I had announced during the pandemic, and I want to remind everybody that we hired Daryl Brown, who works closely with our veterans to access services. And probably most importantly is complete those land allotment applications. One thing we hear loud and clear from our veterans, they're very insulted by this land, the allotment issue. Not being able to select within our own homelands, most don't want to select any land. They don't want to insult the indigenous people of any lands by selecting lands in their homelands. And we've been working closely, and one of the things that we're adopting is, actually one of the real opposition in this was being able to select in the Tongass was the senators from Washington state. And while we might agree with them on other issues, this was one completely took us off guard when she opposed it, and it's because of it's the same thing the landless is running into, is the conservation groups, environmental groups opposing. And we work a lot with conservation groups in our work. The first thing I ask them, where do you stand on the veterans allotment and the landless? If they can't say they support it, we can't work with them. And I think that's one way we can support those efforts. So I think it's really important to do that. But you always hear us talk about our congressional delegation, and then probably a couple of years ago I had an epiphany. We have delegations in Seattle and California, Washington and California. We should start calling those our congressional delegations too. And we need to start utilizing that and start getting in front of them on that and remind them that if we were a federally recognized tribe of Washington's, we'd be one of their bigger ones. So, they need to recognize that and recognize that they have an obligation to Alaska because of who they represent. So we're here to remind them about that as well. I want to say one thing that we've never really done is put in appropriation request, and that's really come back now into Congress. So this year, Heather and I met with, and Jackie was there. We met with Senator Murkowski's team on appropriations, and we got appropriation requests put in for the first time. So I'm really excited about that. I think if you went on the tours yesterday and you saw our public safety facility and team, who went and who was impressed by what they saw? Juneau got 2 new delegates yesterday because Jim Price is moving back to work in public safety. Pat Alexander said, "So long, Sitka." And oh, even Harriet did. Harriet got on one of those. She's ready to go put out fires in the ocean. But in all seriousness, I'm so glad that you've gotten to see what we have there. And I'm not going to go on a long time about this, but I want you to know we've really been strengthening relationships and partnerships. We had the top command from Alaska NORAD come. These are generals. That was pretty cool. I think an even more important relationships right here locally, though, and I want to single out Rob Edwards in there because he's the, what is your title, Rob? Tribal Affairs, Government Affairs Officer for the Coast Guard, and that's a really incredible, important role because he's really been helping us build that partnership, multiple visits. When they had the landslide in Haines, I don't know that a lot of people know, Tlingit and Haida was one of the first teams on site. Why were we the first ones on site? Coast Guard. Coast Guard said, "Hey, you guys want to jump on the Black Hawk with us?" And our team got there. Because our team is trained in emergency response, we're able to quickly identify what was really needed and what wasn't needed. And the next day we had a landing craft hit Haines with heavy equipment and supplies, and we were able to clear the Haines Airport was flooded. We were the ones who cleared the Haines Airport and made it landable. So, you know, these are the important partnerships. When I came on board, Jason was the coordinator for the VPSO program. I said, no, we're going to change this to Public Safety Department. And they're doing that now. We're in search and rescue. We're building partnerships there. We've been a part of search and rescue operations in Cake, where we ended up taking the lead because our folks knew what was up and the state troopers didn't show up. We were there. Here in Juneau, we've been in part of our search and rescue efforts. And I just look around, and who's from public safety here in the room? Stand up. Sabrina, raise your hand. Mariana. These folks are doing incredible work, and we're looking at some really cool things. I think every year we meet, we talk about transboundary mines. I'm so excited to see our Taku River relatives here, because with them, they help us give a voice where we don't have a voice with the Canadian government. By those relationships are incredibly important. I can't tell you how hard Vice President Sanderson and Vice President Micklin work on this issue. This is something they're all passionate about, they've been working on, and we've been building these relationships for years now. But cleanup still isn't happening. I want to say, you know, we had a group from the BC government come and meet with us. And they were at the mining symposium here in Juneau. And they were speaking. And they declared that they were working with the tribes and the First Nations. We had never met them before. We never had a meeting with them before. They were actually embarrassed to admit their talking points weren't true. They just were reading off a paper. Those are the kind of things Rob, I can remember a meeting with Rob was at, and the BC Minister of Mines wouldn't even stand up and shake his hand. He was kind of like, shook his hand, but it was like that same guy. That was in Ketchikan, and he was there as a VP in Ketchikan. They came to Juneau, and I said, my lineage comes from the Unik River. We're concerned about the Oolgan. Before he even let me finish, he cut me off. He said, oh yeah, we have a great Oolgan run there. I was like, wow. Here I've always been against the border, but if I knew it was magic and multiplied fish, I would have been for it. But those were the condescending answers we got from people. The Unik has hardly any Oolgan. I look at Carrie James Dotson. How's the Oolgan run in the Unik? It's gone. It's almost non-existent. But they try to placate us and say they met with us. We're not going to put up with that. And I just, again, Rob, stand up. When Keenan received his award earlier, it choked me up because I've known Rob that whole time. He wasn't there at home because he was out on the battlegrounds. I want to thank you and Vice President Micklin for that. And so many of our VPs do that. I want to recognize Clinton Cook, not as VP Cook, but Craig Tribal President, utilized the system and won. City of Craig trying to put a breakwater in the spawning grounds. Craig tribe stood up, said, hey, guess what, Army Corps, you got to listen to us because we're a tribe and you never consulted us. Changed the whole game, and now they got declined. It's the kind of leadership we need to have when we're fighting these folks. Sometimes you got to let them know when they kick you in the shin, we'll punch them in the throat. Sometimes we meet them with handshakes and kindness too, but they have to know we won't be pushed around. And that probably sounds, I'm sure some are like, oh, I can't believe you just said that. Sometimes we do have to say it. We really do. You see that little blue square? So all the green square is property we own. That blue square is Indian country. My brother over there, boy, he likes to tell me how Craig was well, now he says first one. A while ago, he's like, we're the only one. We got our piece too, brother. Took a little longer. It's a little embarrassing that they're suing over that, but let them sue because that deed was filed and that is trust land now. I think January 9th, 2023 is a date we should probably memorialize because that was the day we signed that. I also want to point out, so we have several other applications in, right? But this was our oldest application. These started under President Martin. I want to thank President Martin for starting this initiative to put land into trust. I honestly think we need to stand for a bill right now. Kunachish, Hawa. I think it was 2009 when you filed that. That's a long time to get that application through. The land is located in the old Juneau Indian Village, formerly. And I want to, we have Jackie here. This was the Vivalis lot. This was her grandmother's home, was in this lot. Jackie, stand up. That was land illegally and unlawfully taken. That's land we legally and lawfully bought back, and it's land that we got into trust. Tlingit Haida has 4 other applications. These ones encompass the land underneath this hall and surrounding, and we'll be putting new applications in. But we need to weigh out, there's reasons to put land in trust, there's reasons not to. So our executive council is evaluating and having those discussions. I think when we buy land that we want to develop for housing and other things, you don't want to put that into trust. You want to be able to move that freely. But for these, and there's all this speculation. We were in DC and there's all this opposition to us because they're afraid we're going to do this and we're going to do that. The irony of it is we have to tell them what we wanted to do for the application. And if we want to make any changes, we have to ask their permission. So all the rumors you hear, they're not true. There's one simple reason that we're putting this land into trust is to protect this land, which was the original Indian town site, to protect it into perpetuity. That's it. And why do we have to do it? Because they stole it the first time. So that's why we're putting it in trust. There's a lot of reasons we won't put other land into trust. And I want to finish by talking about our executive council. Every year I get up and tell you how proud I am of our executive council. Every year I mean every word of it. We're very blessed. I want to talk about Jackie, who brings years of experience in policy. We go to DC, everybody knows her. She's able to point us in the right directions. I'm not going to go over every representation here. You can see those for yourself, but we're well represented by this council. Rob is a tireless advocate on the issues, predominantly on fisheries, on transboundary, but he's also pushing that next generation into those roles. And a lot of folks don't always do that, so I appreciate that Rob's pushing folks like Keenan, Shawan, and others into those roles. Catherine has been an incredible voice on the violence against women, on VOCA. She's always talking about the healing of our families. And some of these folks are kind of like free employees too, because they work for other tribes and they're always getting opportunities to represent us. And so in her day job, she's often representing Tlingit and Haida at different things too, so I appreciate that. And she's really the affiliated tribes, Northwest Indians. She's been just a stalwart there. And I don't know if that's even, is it on there? So we missed one, sorry, Catherine. VP Micklin, who's with us online. Again, he's on the Progress Act with us. I don't think there's a single government consultation that he misses. I literally start looking at him as the Wizard of Oz. He's behind the scenes pulling all the things because he's there and he shows up and he provides, again, talk about a free employee. When he sends me his notes from all the things he attended, it gives, I think he does half of Heather's job in a way. It's like having a free staffer. So it's been really great to have Will in that role. As I said too, Quentin is not afraid, and I don't want to paint him as a bad guy, but he's not afraid to, when they kick us in the shin, punch back, in the right way. I want to thank Clinton for that and that work he does there, and he's tirelessly advocating. I want to talk about Delbert for a second because that list looks short. I want to tell you one thing that Delbert does better than the rest of us. If you go to Delbert and you talk about your issues, whether that's his issue, whether he believes it, whether, it's something, he's going to come and carry that message for our people. I think when Rob Edwardson asked the question about this morning, Delbert's that guy people do go to. Delbert's the guy that they ask, hey, this is what's happening. Can you say something? We don't always agree on it, but Delbert brings it. And I want to thank you, Delbert, for that, because we need to hear that voice at our table, always. So, gonna choose. This one's bittersweet. We got to keep Jalen a little longer. She got to carry over because of the pandemic. And our emerging leaders are always doing fantastic things. And Jalen's been very interested in specific areas. She worked with her delegation to put a resolution forward. And I really commend her for that. Marlis, very, very bright young lady. We've really enjoyed Marlis as well, and we wish her, because she's been really focused on her education, and we really commend you for that. So these two young ladies, you're going to see them sitting with you folks before too long, just like we see some of the former. So I just want to commend them. I'm always excited about our emerging leaders, and you know, I tell them, you get out of it what you put into it, and some have really have. We kind of threw this in because this happened recently, and I think it's important to highlight these guys. VPSOs Matthew McGinnis and Zachary West received a commendation for their efforts to locate a Cloak resident who had been missing for several days. You know, again, it's about presence and who shows up, and we know in our communities, it's the law officers, it's the first responders that do, and our VPSOs are truly unsung heroes. So when they got accommodation for it, I was really excited because so many times they show up, they're the ones there, you know, in the middle of the night, early in the morning, it's storming, and they don't get accommodations. So I just wanted to recognize them and thank them for that. And, you know, we need more folks to join those teams. And with that, I say to you at Tlingit, how it is the honor of my lifetime to serve you. Have I gone too long?
Thank you, President Peterson, for your representation and leadership. I'd say that we were going to take questions. We do have two more presentations before noon, but I don't see any questions at this time. As you know, he'll be available the rest of our assembly. There'll be more time for questions. Thank you. All right, our next report is from our Chief Financial Officer, Teresa Belton. She not only is an enrolled citizen of Tlingit and Haida, she's enrolled in the Hoona Indian Association. She's the daughter of James and Mary Erickson of Hoona and Mona Brown of Haines, and she grew up in Hoona. She is of an eagle of the Tequati clan and has been adopted into the Chukaniti clan, and her name is Gultz Inc. And I'll say that right. Gultz Inc. Sorry, Teresa will help re-say that again. But mostly what you want to know about Teresa is that she has spent a lifetime dedicated to finance and accounting. She's, as President Peterson mentioned, she spent 20 years here at Central Council, and with the last 10 years, of course, being the Chief Financial Officer. She holds a bachelor's degree in accounting from the University of Southeast Alaska and a master's degree in accounting from St. Joseph's College. And during this time period, which is one of great accomplishment, I want to thank Teresa for, she has achieved 10 years of consecutive clean audits and as the liaison to the Audit and the Finance Committee. We just had our Audit Committee meeting yesterday, and once again, another clean audit. Thank you, Teresa. Gunesh Chish, Hawa. Here's the clicker if you need that. Here's that. Okay.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My presentation is a little bit boring, short and sweet, just like me. So I'd like to welcome everybody to our tribal assembly, especially our host and hostess, our honored guests, everybody in the delegation, and our esteemed elders.
Should be on.
Here we go. Okay. All right, thank you. My Tlingit name is Galsint, and I am from Hoona. My clans are Tequati and Chukanadi. On my mother's side, they're Tequati from Saxman, and on my father's side, they're Tequati from Angoon. So I'm related to about half of you. Hi, cousins. And my parents, James and Mary Erickson, who live in Hoona, and Mona Brown from Haynes. And then my grandparents are James and Alice Erickson and Hubert Brown Sr. and Emma Brown. Today, my report is going over the 2022 overall results, our trust fund, our general fund, our proprietary funds, our 2023 proposed amended budget, 2024 proposed budget, and then an introduction to the audit and finance committees that I work with. So the 2022 overall results, as you heard, we had an audit completed without findings. Yesterday, our auditors told us that it was the quickest audit they've ever seen done. We got it done in 6 weeks, so it was a Christmas miracle, about 4 months late, but we did, in fact, get our act together and get everything in that we needed to, and just in the nick of time. So thank you to our auditors and to my team for helping me get that done. Our trust fund account value did decrease by $5.6 million, and our general fund net position increased by about $400,000, and our enterprise funds net position increased by about $2.6 million. So our trust fund is on your audit, on your onboard, page 49. And we went from a beginning balance of $25.6 million. If you add in interest and dividend income of about $500,000, we only had realized losses of about $1,000, unrealized losses of just over $4 million. Investment fees to our investment managers of about $63,000, transfers out of $2.4 million. And just to refresh everybody's memory, this was the transfer that we took out to pay off the Cowie Creek property. Our Chief Development Officer will have more on that report, but also to get a discount on the payoff of that owner financed loan, and also to get a better rate, a better price on the property that we bought over on Anchor Street, which is by Costco. And then a transfer in of $425,000. That is our THTBC dividend that we received last year. And so we come to an ending balance of just short of $20 million. There is a little bit of a difference between that ending balance and the graph, and it's about $20,000, but the reason for that is, 25. is because the graph does not include accrued interest. So they always include in our statement, and what we report in our audit is the money that we're entitled to in that ending balance. So the interest has been accrued, but we just have not received it. Although it looks dire, I did look at our balance just last night, and we're at $20.7 million. So rallied a little bit this year. In our 2022 general fund, you'll find that on your audit on page 53. We had total revenues about $9.5 million and total expenditures of about $9.3 million. We had a trust fund transfer of $255,000 for our tribal direct, and then also our shortfall of indirect of about $7,000, which I think is probably the lowest in history for us. And so that was where the net change in fund balance comes from, of $440,000. So we started the year with 1.4 and ended at $1.9 million. And this is the fund that reports our tribal direct and also our administration and facilities. So these are the departments that support the programs of the tribe. So the goal is to get that ending fund balance to zero. So we're a little bit over recovered, but it sorts itself out with our indirect cost rate. Our 2022 proprietary funds, you'll find those statements on your audit on page 94 to 96. This is all of our businesses, and if you're looking for one called Fireworks, I've conveniently named it retail sales. So if you want to see it, that's where it is. I just didn't want to tell the government, hey, these are our fireworks. But we also sell our logo wear and other minor activities where we are into just purely retail. So we had total revenues of $6.2 million and total expenditures of about $5.8 million. We had some interest, and that was just short of $15,000, and that is actually the mortgage on this space here. So the whole first floor, we do hold a mortgage on it that is separate from the rest of the building. There is that transfer in for the payoff of the Cowie Creek property, and so our change in net position is $2.6 million. And so we did increase from the beginning of the year of 1.2 million to just about 3.9 million at the end of the year. Our 2023 and 2024 proposed budgets, I will be available with our finance chair to help explain those changes, but it's more, the major changes are to separate out the finance and procurement budgets. Last year they were combined, and so because they are under different leadership, and also to kind of track our costs better, we split them out. We also did not budget fully for all the additional positions that we didn't fill last year. So I analyzed those costs and increased the budget for that. It supports our first in-person tribal assembly in 4 years. So we did increase the budget for that. And then also the administrative office space in Anchorage, Craig, Sitka, and Washington. I do have the pleasure of working with a great audit and finance committee, and I'll just introduce them briefly. Our finance committee is chaired by James Jack Sr. Additional members of the committee are Marvin Adams, Will Micklin, Paula Peterson, and Helene Simpson. And our audit committee is chaired by Catherine Edwards, and the additional members are Pat Alexander, Jackie Peda, Mary Edenshaw, and Ken Sutherland. And that is my report. Thank you very much.
Chief Haida. I now want to make a special announcement and presentation. Teresa has shared with us that she's going to be retiring. And so we want to celebrate Teresa and her 20 plus years with the tribe. And so if you'll all join me, we have a little slideshow that should have started. And if you'll all join me and stand to recognize Teresa. And we have a presentation.
Now you have to stand and watch yourself. Isn't that the worst?
So as this plays, I want to present Teresa with this bentwood box carved by Tlingit artist Jonathan Rowan from Pawak. It's heavy.
Thank you.
I noticed Sam put that one in. So Friday, we're gonna have cake and then a time for us to visit with Teresa and celebrate Teresa. If I can ask our chair, maybe give us a 5-minute break between and we'll let this play. Sure. I know we're behind time, but do we want to just come back to the COOs after lunch? Want me to hold that? That's heavy.
Wow. I would like to say in my 20 years dedicated to the tribe has been very rewarding for me. I've enjoyed my time here very much, and I absolutely bleed Tlingit and Haida in my heart and soul. But I've got to. I'm at a point in my life where I'm changing some things, and so my service is very near and dear to my heart. I'd also like to recognize somebody in the audience who helped me get to where I am as a child from Huna, and that is Grace Villarreal. She is the one who helped me with my scholarship applications and always called and encouraged me while I was going to college down in Washington State. I did get my bachelor's here, but I did get my associates in Bellevue. And so I was down there by myself, and she called me, and it was such an endearing moment for me, and she was always so encouraging. And growing up with her in our schools, she was always like our school mom, and always took care of us as children. And I love you, Grace, and thank you for always being there for me and supporting me and encouraging me when I was in a place where I knew nobody and wanted a fresh start and to start my career as an accountant, because I was pretty darn sure I'd made more money. And so I was doing bookkeeping at the time. And so I took that leap of faith. I'd been out of school for 10 years, and so I kind of did a little backwards, but then I came back to Juneau and attended my very first tribal assembly as an intern of Sealaska. And myself and Nancy Barnes had a presentation to do, and I had no interest in talking to anybody because I was nervous, and you could tell she was nervous too in her voice, but I was very intimidated by a room full of people and having to speak. And so now I'm okay with it, but I've gotten better with some practice. But I will see everybody. I will continue to see you. I'm staying in Alaska, so I enjoy visiting with everybody, and I will see you all in the store, on the airplane, at anywhere you happen to be. The only place you won't see me is in trouble. So if you're in trouble, I'm not going to be there with you. So, but thank you so much. I will always hold my service and everybody that I worked with very near and dear to my heart. And I appreciated my opportunities here and all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. What a nice way to break for lunch with something just heartfelt, and thank you so much for your service. It's been a pleasure. Roald, you will get to think about your presentation a little bit longer and worry about it, and we will pick up where we left off at 1 o'clock. I think we have plenty of time this afternoon to make up for that, so we'll see you all at 1 o'clock, and thank you very much. You've been a great assembly. Yep. And lunch is ready. It's over here on the side. So please feel free to come and grab. It looks like we have sandwiches, chips, soda pop. So please come and grab your lunch. And we'll reconvene again at 1 o'clock. Don't forget about your vendors and the vendor tables out in the back.
Good afternoon, everybody. Does that sound funny? Sounds like it's reverberating, or is that just me? Just me, okay. Before I turn it over to our afternoon chair, there was a little glitch in my report. And so if staff can pull that up. Every year we dedicate our report to somebody we've lost. And we lost a real giant this last year in Ethel Lund. I think everybody knew of our special friendship from the time I was just a little boy. And so I wanted to just recognize that my report today was dedicated and in loving memory of Ethel Lund. And I felt bad that I missed that this morning. So, her family is still mourning that loss. Her friends are. I know Millie had mentioned their friendship earlier. And so I apologize for omitting that this morning, but wanted to just share that today the report was in her honor. So Gunakchish Hawa for indulging me for a moment. I'll turn it over to Vice President Sanderson to be our chair, and I know we'll go right back into reports.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? You guys, everybody have a good lunch? All right. Well, let's give it up to our chefs, huh? They always do an amazing job. Rob Sanderson, Second Vice President Tlingit Haida, for our new delegates. It's been a long 4 years. It's a privilege to be up here, and I will be chairing the afternoon session as well as the memorial session. Before we get in, before I call Rolled up, I want to mention that for those communities that don't have the names of the loved ones that they had lost this last year, or maybe even past, you still have time to get the names of the loved ones, so you can read them during the memorial, and also to select somebody from your camp or from your delegation to read the names of the loved ones that we've lost, and somebody to hold the candle. And when we get to that point in the agenda, I'll explain how we run that part of the program. So without further ado, I would like to, okay, we got our COO, Roald Helgeson, if you would please come forward. There he is. This man has done some wonderful things for us, you know, he really has, and we're really, really, really lucky to have him. So, Mr. Roald. Thank you, sir.
I have to make sure I don't grab the wrong water that's down here. Charala is Atlin is Alstigun in Elagan. Dit its Hadas Gianyat Hatagan. Gatsakas Gusti de Qualagan. Il Skigana Dinan Ui John. Florence Lee Helgeson Johnson. Dinan Yats Hadakil Dinan Kiagan. Penny Ray West di Ao Ui John. Thor Helgeson di Hung Uijan. Diskanu de Kaed and Judy Helgeson Diskanu Uijan. Shika Kwanst U de Ijan. Wyatt Kanai Su Iskan Sta Tol Tluang Hundlai on Ultnagan. Flungada Iskan Hata Hatai on Ultgangulang. Mr. President, Mr. President Emeritus, Mr. Past President, our tribal host, Willard Jackson, our tribal hostess, Della Coburn, Alaska Native Grand Camp President Gurko, Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp President Albee, Alaska Native A&B Grand Camp President Emeritus Jackson, and ANS Grand Camp President Emeritus Schoonover. Tlingit and Haida Vice Presidents, our emerging leaders, Tribal Assembly delegates, Chief Justice Kaildus, and Justices Fairbanks and Lair, as well as all of our tribal citizens and our beloved elders. It's my pleasure to be here today. My Haida name is Hoot Hungy. My English name is Roald Helgeson. My parents are Thor and Penny Helgeson. My grandmother is Florence Lee Helgeson Johnson of Heidelberg and Cake. I was adopted by my paternal aunt, Judy Helgeson. Sitka is my hometown, and I currently reside in South Central and Southeast Alaska. There's one more auntie I better note that you are aware of, and that's Connie Simpson, Connie Helgeson Simpson, who likewise got us all our education scholarships in Sitka, and now she resides in the Seattle area. Today, I'm honored to provide you the report for Tribal Assembly for the Chief Operating Officer. We'll see if it advances once or twice. So the Chief Operating Officer provides leadership for the tribe's community and client services. We support the President in all areas of executive management, relations with our outside entities, and acts as a liaison for the tribe. The COO has direct oversight over many of the tribe's services and governmental functions, and it's our job to assure that our operations remain within budget and plans, regulations and laws, and our own policies and procedures. There are 5 primary divisions as well as multiple support departments in tribal operations. Our operations support departments include our new community navigators joining our self-governance department, our tribal citizen support services, which oversees our ARPA community-directed and rescue relief programs, a new customer service department that will soon be making its debut to support our tribal citizens, and special projects to work on infrastructure and 105L leases. We have a new family services division where we're bringing together our general assistance programs, our Indian child welfare, and elder programs, including both of our burial assistance programs, into a same department. Also, our community behavioral services, including our healing center, our Culture Heals program, reentry and recovery, tribal vocational rehabilitation, and our wellness court. In the area of public safety, a growing department, many of you got to go out to public safety and see the operations yesterday. We also have our tribal occupation safety and health. As we continue to grow our tribe and our facilities, we have to make sure that our facilities are also safe for our citizens that use them, as well as our staff that work out of them, and a new wildland fire program. More to come in this presentation on wildland fire. In the area of cultural heritage and education, it includes all of our early education programs like Hayu Katangi Kuti, our Tlingit language immersion, Head Start, Little Eagles and Raven's Nest, and our Child Care Development Fund. Higher education and employment and training are coming closer together to work more cohesively for our citizens. And Generation Southeast, formerly known as the Vocational Technical Resource Center, is expanding its educational offerings. Youth programs like Johnson O'Malley, traditional games, youth employment services, and youth navigators are all part of our cultural heritage and education. And then there is our heritage, where we have been expanding our classes, our demonstrations, partnerships, and our Youth Navigators program. Native Lands and Resources has become a division in 2022. It has grown dramatically with the addition of our traditional food security program in this last year and revitalizing the Southeast Indigenous Guardians Network program led by Ralph Wolf. I wanted to share just some of the highlights for 2022 with you, and there's much more in the annual report, and I invite you to look at that. Every department has incredible work that it's doing, and it all deserves recognition. However, due to the time available, I'm only going to hit some high points. The tribe has had tremendous growth in staff in a very competitive labor market. While maintaining commitment to our services in each community, we've also hired staff across the entirety of the United States, putting citizens to work for their tribe. We've held our native hire constant during this time period. And as you can see, in this report at the end of December, it was just under 500 staff. Today, we have more than 540 staff, and we continue to maintain an 80% native hire rate. That means we've put more than 215 additional tribal citizens to work since 2018. That is an awesome number. And we continue to track tribal citizen hire, and as you can see, it's 71% for tribal citizen hire alone. In this last year, our Human Resources Department has developed new policies and procedures, and with the help of the operations staff, have been working on a new orientation for all staff joining the tribe, including a robust focus on citizen and native hire. We've been hosting frequent job fairs to bring people into our tribe, and we even had our own virtual job fair in 2022. Our HR team has been instrumental in this growth, and we appreciate their hard work. I'd like to recognize our past HR director who was just leaving us at the beginning of 2022, Jody Wise. She set the stage for where we are today. And I want to thank Pat Higgins, our current HR director, as well as the remainder of the staff in Human Resources, who continue to support this function every day with a focus on putting our citizens to work. In the area of special projects, we've been working on 105L leases. The lease is really a facility agreement where the federal government has to provide a full-service lease when we're carrying out our compact. I know we throw around numbers, and if you just think 105L is actually the section in the Indian Self-Determination Act. That's why we come up with this crazy 105 number. In 2022, we submitted another 19 leases on top of the 12 that we currently have. And in the building you sit is a 105L lease building. If fully funded with these additional 22 leases, that would bring in annually $5 million to the tribe to pay for our infrastructure. Folks have questions. You're buying this property. How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it in the long term? How are we going to keep it up, the maintenance and the operations? And that is where the 105L program comes in to support us in our maintenance and operations. Does the BIA always pay on time? No, they don't, but they do pay. And I think Teresa will tell you that I think she probably wanted to put an allowance against me at one point, saying, are they ever really going to pay? But they pay, and it comes in back to the tribe for services that they should have always been doing because it is part of the Indian Self-Determination Act. In the area of self-governance, you heard President Peterson say that of our 21 communities, we have filled 20 of our community navigators, recently hiring a community navigator for California, and only Pelican remains. And our goal for our grants and resources is to double our 2022 amount. As the Finance Committee saw that we had operations of $75 million last year, we know that many of these resources need to be brought in for us to expand our services at the tribe. The Tribal Citizen Support Services Department implements our American Rescue Plan Act funds. In the area of household relief, we have had 19,930 approved applications. Under our community-directed ARPA programs, and that's where our community councils decide how the funds will be spent. To date, we've had more than 80 programs in 18 communities. 80 programs in 18 communities to see how we should spread that $27 million to have the biggest impact for our tribal citizens. Programs like traditional food distribution, totem pole restoration, nonprofit support, burial assistance, early childhood education, tutors, life skill instructors, and supplemental relief programs. Our goal for 2023 is to have all of our 21 communities launch programs and have their monies obligated. I'm very pleased to say that one of those communities is Pelican that just went live this morning. Seattle started a second a food relief program, 640 applications in a single day in Seattle. And Sitka will be expanding its programs on Thursday, all in support of our tribal citizens. In the area of supplemental relief for the ARPA community-directed funds, we've served 8,717 citizens, over $5.5 million, on top of the $19 million in rescue relief that's gone into the homes of our tribal citizens to help address the economic impact of COVID-19. That's an astounding number to think that we've been able to put that directly into the households and the families of our needy citizens. Our Family Services Division includes our Tribal and Family and Youth Services from Southeast Alaska, Anchorage, and Washington, and they provide Indian child welfare, in-home services, foster care licensing, and wellness. It also includes our Temporary Assistance to Needy Families, Elders Program, our Tribal Child Support Unit, and our General Assistance, including that Burial Assistance Program. We have hired several new Tribal Family Youth Services staff over this last year. We've seen that expansion in Anchorage and into Washington, And we're finding new resources to be able to pay for those services, such as increasing our 4E funds with the states of Washington and Alaska. Since launching, our Tribal Child Support Unit has increased the amount it collects. And this is important because, yes, it is about bringing resources to the parent that has custody, but a non-custodial parent who's paying child support, the research shows they're more involved in their children's lives, and that's the ultimate goal that we're after. Our Family Court Services, which is part of our community and behavioral services, provides court-involved tribal citizen support for themselves and their families in the area of court-ordered investigations, court advocacy for tribal citizens, guardianship, adoption, and child welfare placements. And then there is our Healing Center. President Peterson talked about our Healing Center this morning, providing outpatient assessments and referrals for psychological testing, cultural responsive counseling, and same-day crisis response for our citizens in need. This program did not exist a year and a half ago. We had merely threads of this program that were in different parts of the tribe, but we brought it together. And for the 9 clinicians that are working in the Healing Center, 7 of those clinicians are Indigenous clinicians, licensed in the Western worldview. However, I think that's right. We need to lift them up so that they know, but not only are they licensed with the state of Alaska to do these behavioral services, but they're culturally competent in working with our people to address intergenerational grief and trauma and to lift up our people. It's great to see that work happen with the Healing Center, and we thank all of the Healing Center staff as well as their leader, Dr. Tina Woods. She's going to say, I have nothing to talk about now, Roald. They spilled the beans. But you'll get to hear from Dr. Woods. Our community advocacy program provides access to culturally responsive advocacy, referral and relocation during emergencies, community resource sharing, and support for tribal citizens impacted by crime. And you can see over 100 citizens we've helped through the community advocacy program. Some folks say, oh, no, wait, that's victims advocacy. But we refuse to be victims. Instead, we're here to support our communities as we move forward. In our reentry and recovery programs, we have 3 non-congregate shelters. 2 were open in 2022, and a 3rd, Haven House, is under reconstruction as we speak. 31 clients, program participants, have come through our reentry and recovery programs. We're making a difference because we ask ourselves a simple question. What kind of neighbor do we want to have? What kind of family member do we want to have? People will not be staying in prison. This is our family, this is our friends, and how we bring them back into the community will make a difference on recidivism. Culture Heals is an online addiction education treatment program adapted for Tlingit and Haida to meet the needs of our tribal citizens where they're at physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And our men's healing movement, which you heard from President Peterson this morning, borrowing heavily from the success of our women's programs, is engaging our men to champion healing in their communities by addressing unique issues faced by men, expressing emotions in a healthy way, understanding mental health and substance abuse is what I should say, and how to ask for support when you're in need of it. Topics will emphasize our culture, our values, and our lived experiences. We've also seen growth in our village public safety officers. As our president mentioned before, we've seen support from the commissioner in expanding the funding for VPSOs. Our service areas include Angoon, Heidelberg, Cake, Kasan, Pelican, Saxman, and Thorn Bay. But we're also providing itinerant coverage in Klawock as they rehire their police force. We've been restaffing Angoon with 2 VPSOs, and we have 2 more hires that are about to join our team in the service area. But we're strengthening our partnerships too, with the Coast Guard on emergency response efforts and the City and Borough of Juneau on the all-hazard plan, so that we can support our tribal citizens in need. We've continued to increase the capacity of our first responders for opioid overdose situations by providing training, not just to Southeast Alaska, but to the entire state for first responders on identifying opioids and treating it from a first responder perspective. Public safety is expanding our ability to respond to natural resource disasters and provide emergency response to our villages, tribes, and our cultural events. You have seen this in our work to address water events in Heidelberg, in Angoon, in Craig, to assure that there's safe drinking water, but also at events like Celebration, where our VPSOs have provided support, and during AFN in our own office in Anchorage. We recognize that education is lifelong. With the rebranding complete of Generation Southeast, formerly the Tribal Vocational Resource Center, we've hosted brand new adult education classes, including the Pro Truck Driver CDL and an 8-week intensive Child Development Associate Certificate. We've expanded our language classes to 6 days a week with more than 293 registrants last year. Tlingit and Haida has provided 179 students with higher education scholarships to the tune of $259,000. And we are supporting our high schoolers through summer school for addressing credits that have been lost to allow people to graduate, Chromebooks for 45 students in the Juneau School District in need, and created a wellness resource center at Thunder Mountain High School. As I mentioned, Native Lands and Resources is a new division in 2022. A highlight is our traditional foods program, where last year we distributed 14,000 pounds of herring eggs on kelp to our tribal citizens across all of our community councils. The good news is, although there were some challenges in the fishery in the last month, we did get our quota of herring eggs on kelp, and we'll be ready to distribute again beginning April 26th. So we'll be working with each one of you and your community councils on how to distribute in your communities. But that's not all. The Anita Herring Camp program with Shawan and Tommy G had another 1,000 pounds of herring eggs that were available. And so we worked with them to get those 1,000 pounds of herring eggs on branches to our tribal citizens. And so we're going to be able to give you a taste with a 50-pound box to each one of our community councils. But also the herring eggs that were on your table yesterday are fresh from Sitka and the Anita program. So we thank Tommy G and the Herring Camp. The more than $3 million Southeast Alaska Sustainable Strategy investment portfolio, that's a lot of words, we call it SAS for short, includes cultural interpretation, training, food security, sovereignty and subsistence, climate change, the Southeast Indigenous Guardians Network, and wildland fire. This is an important relationship with the United States Department of Agriculture, and we appreciate that they are looking at how they can support us in this investment portfolio. Our recycling program that we started at Tlingit and Haida captured 6 tons of recycled material just in 2022. Diverting that from the landfill and part of our commitment, even at the office level, to address climate change. And then there was the 9 pieces of cultural patrimony. I've worked 29 years for you in the tribal health system and now 2.5 years on the BIA side of the house. Not once in my 29 years in the health system did I get to be present for a repatriation. What a moving experience that was, because I observed the killer whale hat that was originally from the Chief Sheik's house, a flotilla of killer whale hats, the killer whale flotilla chilkat robe, the killer whale stranded on the rock robe, a mud shark hat, 3 mud shark shirts, the killer whale with a whole fin, and a storm headdress, all be repatriated from the Portland Art Museum. That was incredible by itself. But the real moment is when I stood at the back where our BPSO was, and on this stage, a killer whale flotilla hat danced at Celebration 2022. Our elders have come home. For our 477 program, which really means employment, training, and related services, we're realigning our operations not by the funding, but by the function in the program that we're carrying out. The purpose of that is to reduce administrative costs and create synergy around like functions. We also have a very new initiative. This is very exciting, and it touches what President Peterson was talking about earlier today. You see, beginning this year, we're going to make a new effort, and President Peterson is working to change the 477 regulations to ensure that there is 477 for all. We are tackling the monumental effort of providing 477 services to all of our tribal citizens regardless of location. If successful, employment and training would be provided based on tribal enrollment and not geography. This is important as over half of our citizens do not currently reside in the homelands. And why should we be surprised? It was a specific effort of BIA to move us out of our homelands. Success is not guaranteed in 477 for all, and we guarantee it will be a fight, but we have a strategy on how we move forward, a strategy that even includes Phil Bakershank, the attorney that you honored last night. But our people need and they deserve these services, and this is our commitment to meeting our tribal citizens where they're at. In the area of temporary aid to needy families, we provided more than $1 million in cash assistance to 210 families. We've been partnering with our ARPA programs to send more than 2,000 backpacks out to our youth in the lower 48. When you combine that with the backpacks in Southeast Alaska, nearly 3,500 backpacks went out to tribal citizen youth. First, letting them know we care about them. Second, allowing them to identify as being a citizen of Tlingit and Haida. And then supporting them in their education journey. Tribal vocational rehabilitation provided culturally relevant services to 62 people with disabilities in 2022. The reason this is remarkable is that this isn't a high volume program. This is a low volume program that's incredibly intensive. Teresa Sarabia and her team spend countless hours in the area of tribal vocational rehabilitation, and we appreciate their commitment. Employment and training includes burial assistance, general assistance, job placement and training services, and they supported 98 tribal citizens in employment last year. Our youth employment services had 20 youth in 8 different communities in 2022. And then our child care development program. They provide services to reduce joblessness by increasing the availability, affordability, and quality of child care across Southeast Alaska communities. They touched 359 families through the Child Care Development Fund. Those 359 families were 665 children. Let me take a moment to talk about our operational goals for this year. We will continue to expand our Tlingit and Haida offices in Washington, California, Juneau, Craig, Sitka, and across several other Southeast Alaska communities. This includes finalizing plans for the remodel of the building we're in right now and how that impacts the programs that are being delivered here. When complete, we will be moving into the 2 new Willoughby Avenue facilities across the street from here and across from the state office building, and acquiring new property for an early education campus in Juneau. We are developing a concept for upgrading the Head Start facilities into early education campuses across the region in partnership with our tribes and our cities. An example is the Craig Tribal Association, which has land that they want to work with on Tlingit and Haida to develop a larger early education campus. And the City of Klawock has a similar wish as we move forward. These are the type of partnerships that we can work together on. They're smart, they make sense, and we address the early education needs for our children. I mentioned the 105L leases. 19 were done last year, additional 3. We have 22 now to finalize. And then we need to add in 400 and 410 Willoughby to pay for those maintenance and operations, as well as any additional facilities that Tlingit and Haida looks at adding. We will partner to serve our youth experiencing homelessness. The Covenant House through Covey Lofts program in Anchorage, recognizing a disproportionate number of Southeast Alaska Native children in their programs. Children who have been lost to the system and are homeless on the street. Those are our children. And so we are stepping up to help, not just with transitional housing for Native youth, but also a permanency navigator. We're partnering with the Tlingit and Haida Regional Housing Authority and Zach Gordon Youth Center to support behavioral health services at Hiahathit. I hope I said that right, Jackie. Not quite. I'll try it again. But that's the transitional housing here for youth in Juneau. We're going to be implementing billing for our behavioral health services so that we can generate earned income to support our programs. And we're supporting our tribes like the Angoon Community Association and the Heidelberg Cooperative Association, where they've asked us to temporarily provide programs, functions, services, and activities like Indian child welfare and general assistance. It's our honor to serve our people, first and foremost with our tribal values. Ha'a, Gunshish, thank you.
Do you have enough time for just a few questions? We're going to limit the comments to roll to 3 to get us back on track, and then if you want to talk with him, he'll be available on the side over here to my left here. So. And when you do speak, name and where you're represented. Thank you.
Testing. Gunath Chish and Nithkagoge, Mary Marks, Juneau delegate. Thank you for your report and the reports that were heard earlier today. A question in regards to the Head Start program. I know we have offices up there, and it sounds like the building has already been at its limits, as far as capacities. But I was wanting to encourage the conversation with the president and the executive board, as well as going to the finance committee, to have the conversation of talking about a Head Start program
in Anchorage. I know that there are services up there, but it would be awesome to have our own tribal citizens being able to have their own Head Start program provided through our tribe. So I think that conversation would be a great opportunity to have that and see what kind of monies that can be put into the next fiscal year, 2024, if, you know, in the future, but to have that conversation would be great. Also on that same topic, I know that we have, our tribe has a partnership with AEYC for our child care programs. I feel that we should have also those kind of collaborations up there in the Anchorage area, since we do have many services that we provide our tribal citizens up there. And to move further on that discussion is to have some type of behavioral services like we have here in within our tribal office to meet those needs of our young men and women of our Covenant House in Anchorage. When I was serving on the Anchorage School Board, there was a high need to meet the needs of our tribal citizens. And our kids need to feel validated and to feel embraced by their own culture, and to have behavior health services there at their reach would be a great service to them, to feel the validation of that I belong, I am worthy, someone sees me. And I want to also thank you for mentioning the 477 funds to go out to all. I know that's a long journey ahead, but just to hear it ourselves, or even for myself, that it means a lot because we provide scholarships to our tribal citizens to go to college, right? So if we have more resources to those students that may be in that struggle area of going to college, they have that resource available to them, because I know that college students will claim Alaska as their home environment. That is my comments, and I just want to say Gunath Chish Dewa.
Name and community.
Thank you. My name is Kara Mayer. I'm the Seattle delegate. I just had a question about what I saw. I don't know much about it, so I just wanted to ask about the Culture Heals program. And something that I think about often, having been on both sides of that track, is there part of that program that is to teach the family members and friends, those that are, you know, related to or in touch with the addicts, to teach them how to behave themselves, to not enable and to grow without, I mean, we don't want to cut off our people, but we also need to be able to keep ourselves safe and not be enabling. And I was just wondering if that program had a branch for that, or.
I think there's two answers to your question, and I'm so glad that you asked it. It's a challenge we all have. If we have somebody who is abusing substances in our family, how do we respond to it? How do we make sure that we're holding them accountable, and we're holding them accountable even after they've been through treatment, but that we're not also slamming the door on them? Right. Those are difficult conversations. And what's the right answer? Culture Heals right now is a program that works on educating people about mental health and substance use or substance abuse, to destigmatize that as well. These aren't bad people, they're our family. Right. Sometimes there's bad choices in there, and other times it's masking deep wounds. So Culture Heals itself will educate us about what substance abuse is and what mental health is. And if somebody does have a need, there's also the ability to immediately contact a national call center for help, no matter what state you're in. They will connect you to the correct state, because unfortunately, we still deal with this state licensure of clinicians. However, there's a warm handoff at the beginning of the next day with our own behavioral health team so that we can follow up on it. There's other programs out there that I believe that will specifically address your question. We've done it in the tribal health system with programs to help entire families, because we know if you go to counseling or if you go to treatment center, we need to be working with your family so that when you get out, that, yeah, it's firm, fair, and consistent.
Right.
And what type of environment are you going to be in? Because if the environment's exactly the same as when you went in, you're not going to be successful.
Right.
And so we can be looking at those types of programs into the future. And I'll invite Tina to talk about those programs. We don't have that specific program yet, but we're growing. And our next big step for our behavioral health team is to get into intensive outpatient treatment for substance use disorder. In the area of the children in Anchorage for behavioral health services, and I know this was the earlier question, but something that we focused on as well in our psychoeducational groups, and as we expand out our psychological groups, we want to make these be over distance. We've actually found that telepsychiatry and telepsychology work. It actually works. Sometimes it's easier because you're not having to spill your issues to folks in the community.
Sure.
So we're looking forward to expanding those services, but your question is right on, and that is the types of services we want to be able to expand into the future. I'll offer those
I
questions.
had just a little thought on that.
Okay.
It's just, well, I've had my own experience, as many in the communities too. And I've often thought, what is the solution? I don't know the answer, but there's solutions, and we don't have to reinvent a wheel, maybe just mold it to fit our need. And Al-Anon is like a group for families, those who support their families who've been addicts or addicted, and something along those lines in villages or everywhere, every community. It's not just villages, I know that. So I mean, it already exists, and maybe there's ideas in there that might work within our community. So thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give Roald a hand. He's been a blessing to the tribe. I was reminded by staff, for those that are, for our delegates that are participating online, you can, if you have any comments to our speakers here, just go ahead and drop your comments into the chat and they'll be able to answer them. Again, Roald will be available on the side to my left here. Up next, we have Chief Development Officer Will Ware. There he is. Floor is yours, brother.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Holy, I'm gonna yell bingo. Now everybody woke up, huh? All right, well, thank you very much. And I'm gonna try to get through my presentation as quickly as I can to get us back on the track, but I'm making no promises. I would like to just take a moment to recognize our delegates, President Emeritus Thomas, our tribal host Willard Jackson Sr., our hostess Della Coburn, A&B Grand President Heather Gurko, ANS Grand President Daphne Albee, ANS Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover, Chief Justice Lang, Justices Lair and Fairbanks, our honored elders and tribal citizens, it is my true privilege to present to you the 2023 Chief Development Officer's Report. I'd be remiss if I just didn't take a moment, because I seen And did she slip out? I also wanted to recognize a couple of folks at the beginning of this. My Aunt Nancy Martin was in here just a little while ago. Is she no longer here? That was the youngest sister of my Uncle Harold Martin. She's like a second mother to me, same clan, same house. And so I wanted to acknowledge her. I also just wanted to take a moment as well to acknowledge Lillian Hillman. She's our Daktain Tan Natla. It's good to see you, and it's always a pleasure to be able to be here with you. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and begin my presentation. So just out of curiosity, where do we point this thing? There we are. You know, last night at the dinner, Jason said that cameras add 10 pounds. I'm wondering how many cameras were on me that day. I must have had a salty dinner the night before. Steak aishu kha adu asal daktain tan nakhat sati kha khit ducks ayakhat. My Tlingit name is Steak Aish. I'm Daktain Tan from the Freshwater Mark Sockeye House. My hometown is Petersburg. My mother, Patricia Svetlak, she lives at Sitka. Her Tlingit name is Chinatla. I was raised by my grandparents primarily, Billy and Martha James, Saguch Katsua. Economic sovereignty from the tribe's perspective is true sovereignty. To fulfill this mission, the tribe has undertaken a broad suite of economic development activities, including enterprise businesses. Our enterprises provide meaningful employment and training opportunities for our tribal citizens and aim to generate unrestricted revenue. That's something that we've heard on a few different occasions, on a couple of occasions from President Peterson's as well. The tribe is also providing direct assistance to tribal citizen-owned businesses through the Rescue Small Business Grant Program, funded by the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. I just want to briefly touch on some of the significant highlights of our 2022 year through tribal development. Some of the overall highlights are our broadband department, or now called Tidal Network, received a grant for nearly $50 million from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, the NTIA. To date, is the largest grant Tlingit and Haida has received. Wow, it is after lunch, huh? Tough crowd. We distributed $2.8 million in small business relief grants to tribal citizen-owned businesses. Again, that's $2.8 million just in 2022 to tribal citizen-owned businesses with our Rescue Small Business Relief Grants. We did an additional $127,500 for business startup grants once a new business attended a business planning class. We also have completed our initial draft master plan for our Cowie Creek subdivision on Douglas Island. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in just a little while. In 2022, we signed a purchase and sales agreement for the acquisition of the Driftwood Lodge. We'll also talk about that here shortly. And throughout this last year, from our 400 and 410 Willoughby Avenue properties, we've actually brought in nearly $1.5 million in lease revenues. I mentioned that we have a preliminary Cowie Creek subdivision master plan complete. This is simply the first stage that initiates permitting and testing of utilities, capacity, and traffic studies. Changes will continue to occur as the City and Borough of Juneau work through the permitting process, which could take up to 1 year. I also just wanted to make mention here on a little side note here that Our CFO, Teresa, mentioned that there was over $2 million brought out of our trust funds to pay off the Cowie Creek subdivision. That was initiated through some negotiations that we were able to receive an additional 10% off the purchase price with an early payoff. And so it was extremely beneficial for the tribe to utilize some of our resources to make this early payoff of this 86 acres. If you're not familiar with where this 86 acres is, when you're going across the Juneau Douglas Bridge, if you see some of the logged off area immediately across, 86 acres of that is Tlingit and Haida's. We're excited about that. We'll hopefully be presenting out to our tribal community the preliminary plans of our master plan here shortly. As you'll hear throughout this presentation, our mission in tribal development is to find, develop, and promote economic sovereignty. To this endeavor, we'll continue to find opportunities that help us achieve that mission. You know, I'm just going to stop right there just for a moment, because we haven't met in, is it 3 or 4 years? This is going into our 4th year since we met. We've been busy. And I have to tell you that when we were going into the pandemic, one of the first things that President Peterson shared with us is he says, I want us coming out of this pandemic, and we will come out of this pandemic, but I want us coming out of this pandemic stronger than we went in. And I remember we were sitting in this room, but we were sitting in this room talking as he's talking with our directors and our managers. And then we went into our executive team meeting, and he shared the same thing over and over again. I want us to come out stronger than we went in. And I have to tell you, when I was thinking in my own head, wow, that's a pretty strong vision. People are hoping to just make it through this pandemic with their businesses or their organizations. And you're asking us not just to survive, but you're asking us to thrive and to come out stronger. Let me share with you just a little perspective over these last few years of some of the acquisitions that we've made. You went out yesterday and you saw the public safety building off of Concrete Boulevard. That was something that occurred, I think we were finalized right at the beginning of the stages of the pandemic. We purchased Anka Street Fleet Management, or the Tribal Transportation Facility, the one over by Costco. That was 6 acres of property. Just so you know, we got that one for nearly $500,000 under what the appraised value was of that property through our negotiations. On that property, we're now going to be building a 10,000, and you see it being built, nearly a 10,000 square foot procurement building. Right next to it, we'll have our food security, which will be identical building, nearly 10,000 square foot as well, for our food security, and then on one side will be our commercial kitchen for smokehouse catering. We also acquired what we call the Alloway facility in Lemon Creek. Houses non-congregate housing there. We built Allen Court over by Tlingit and Haida Regional Housing in partnership with Regional Housing. We acquired 400 Willoughby and 410 Willoughby Avenue down here to create the tribe's first campus, something that the delegation here has been asking for years. And then we just recently acquired the Driftwood Lodge. And I'm excited to tell you there's more to come. With the growing visitor industry, we are preparing to find position where Tlingit and Haida will also help shape what the Indigenous message to our visitors will be. Tribal enterprises. Although each tribal enterprise varies, all share the same mission of economic diversifying the tribe and providing employment and training opportunities for our tribal citizens. Our Business and Economic Development Department, or BED, works internally with several of the tribe's departments, such as Employment and Training, Head Start, Reentry and Recovery, and Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, to place clients in work experience positions within our tribal enterprises family. Most of our tribal enterprises are managed by the Business and Economic Development Department. One enterprise, our Sacred Shine Auto Detailing, was recently in 2022 transferred over to our Tribal Transportation Department in April of 2022. to more fully integrate with our fleet management and transportation programs. You might be wondering, fleet management. I believe the tribe now has nearly 60 vehicles. And so it required us to go into a fleet management program and department. Why? Because that's a significant amount of assets that the tribe owns, and we need to have a uniform maintenance schedule. Otherwise, could you imagine nearly 60 vehicles starting to go and deteriorate? And so we're now creating a uniform maintenance schedule as well as cleaning. In 2022, the tribe's enterprises got back on track as COVID-19 restrictions began to loosen worldwide. And all of the tribe's enterprises continue through today to implement best practices incorporating safety preparedness and mitigation plans to operate under any applicable tribal and other governmental guidelines. I have to tell you, I'm extremely proud of every enterprise we have. One of the things that I can't even say what I'm most proud of. We're proud of all of them, but I just have to tell you, the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall, that is something that it was, when I first took over tribal development and BED, was the bane of my existence because it was really hard to turn a profit with the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall. I'm here to tell you with some marketing and with some change in some of the business plans and models, we are now booked. And we've been booked, and our calendar is booked out. And we're excited about that. And so I think we have an amazing staff here. All of our enterprises staff are all bought into the vision and of the mission of the tribe, and we're excited for what 2023 is going to be able to produce through our enterprises. I want to talk just a moment here. Let me see if I just jumped ahead too far. I am going to talk just a little bit about the Sacred Grounds Cafe. It's a tribally owned coffee shop. I have to tell you, we did incredible this morning. We were trying to get out pastries as fast as we could this morning, and you guys were buying them as fast as we were putting them out. And we still had breakfast here, but it's exciting to see. But Sacred Grounds Cafe is a tribally owned coffee shop in Juneau. We offer specialty coffees, of course, food and other beverage services. The cafe proudly maintains nearly 100% native hire rate. And actively, we support other native-owned businesses and indigenous artists. In addition to offering region-wide barista training, Sacred Grounds Cafe continues to partner with the tribe's departments to help tribal citizens gain employment placement and opportunities to enhance employability and strengthen employment history. Again, Sacred Grounds Cafe utilizes native-owned and operated businesses whenever possible. For example, we buy our coffee beans from a tribally owned company. We have our artwork from our own people, as well as we use construction and renovation projects with tribally owned businesses, most often our own Southeast general contractors. I'm bouncing around here just a little bit just to make sure that I also want to talk a little bit right here where we have Shop Tlingit and Haida. Now, shoptlinkitandhaida.com. I hope you guys just make note of that. Shoptlinkitandhaida.com is a website, and it was developed to provide a sales platform for our indigenous designed formline clothing, logo wear, and novelty items such as stickers, water flasks, and mugs. With both online and in-cafe sales, Shop Tlingit and Haida is the start of diversifying Sacred Grounds Cafe into product lines and services. Now, I mentioned just a bit ago that one of the things that we wanted to do was come out stronger. One of the things we had to do is become fluid and creative in generating some sales. And so some of those things were just some creative work through logo sales and trying to create an online platform, but we're continuing on to remain as fluid as we can moving forward. The Elizabeth Pradovich Hall, I touched base on this one already, but the Elizabeth Pradovich Hall is located in the heart of downtown Juneau. We do offer the state-of-the-art space, event space for conferences, meetings, weddings, and cultural events, and more. I'm going to stop right there. I got a whole lot more here, but one of the things I really want to touch base on with this right here is through our CSBG grant, we are now able to offer the hall for our memorials, for funerals, for kuiks, For these times when our people are struggling the most, we have secured funding through CSBG program and grants to go ahead and offer this space for free. That doesn't sound like a lot, but I can tell you it's important to our people. And I have to be really honest with you, one of the things that there's a lot of costs that go into just operating as a day. And so the tribe took that as an investment opportunity, and is something that we look forward to continuing to promote within here in Juneau. I'm excited about the team we have assembled and believe that 2023 will continue to prove yet again to be successful. Smokehouse Catering. We have a vision of providing an authentic and cost-effective and delicious indigenous experience. Smokehouse Catering meets the tribe's own internal food service needs. We started Smokehouse Catering because of the amount of catering needs that the tribe itself had. So we started that catering company up. We have done those, we expanded outside of our own doors, outside of our own service needs internally, and went out to the community. We've even gone out to other communities that are nearby and done catering in those communities when requested as well. This particular enterprise has become probably one of our most lucrative enterprises that we have. Now, Smokehouse Catering continues to partner within our own departments such as Head Start, Little Eagles and Ravens Nest, or our Learn Center, our TANF program, Motherhood is Sacred and Fatherhood is Sacred, to provide employment opportunities for tribal citizens. Smokehouse Catering also partners with external organizations to help them reach their own banquet, meeting, and conference goals. Quite simply, as I shared, this enterprise is one of our most lucrative enterprises, and to meet these goals, we do need a larger facility that will house a commercial kitchen that can meet not only our current needs, but our anticipated growth. I mentioned just a little bit ago that Smokehouse Catering and our food security program is moving into nearly a 9,000 square foot, or nearly 10,000 square foot facility, and we're excited as we're in the final design phases of that location. Sacred Shine Auto Detailing. Sacred Shine provides excellent customer service while cleaning vehicles. We do have a mission to go above and beyond our customer expectations, and Sacred Shine consistently delivers by using only the premium quality. I feel like I'm doing a commercial up here for all of our enterprises, right? Doesn't it feel like that? We're going to be selling mattresses next year, maybe. I don't know. Let me end this section right here, though. This time last year, Sacred Shine received, for 2022, both the Silver and Gold Awards for Best in Juneau in Car Washing and Detailing Services. The best in Juneau. We've also included this department into our fleet maintenance that was doing everything from tire changes, oil changes, routine vehicle maintenance provided on quarterly basis. And again, it's important as the tribe has approximately 60 vehicles, and maintaining those assets are necessary as we are the stewards of the tribe's resources. We're excited about our continued growth of hours as well for this coming year, while we're continually finding greater efficiencies in how we do our operations. Fireworks. I lost a bet on this one. I fought President Peterson on this one for a long time. We got to get into fireworks. And I was like, man, no, okay, we will. And I drug our feet. Located in Juneau and Haines is Smoke Signals Fireworks. We open up about a week prior to the July 4th in both locations, and we're open for a week here in Juneau before New Year's. We established it just a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, to generate unrestricted funds that strengthen the tribe's economic sovereignty and the ability to expand services to tribal citizens residing outside of Southeast Alaska, as well as fund tribal donations and scholarships. Let me make just a note here, worth making of a special note. 2022 alone, Smoke Signals was able to contribute over $100,000 to underfunded programs. I'm just going to tell you, don't take bets with President Peterson unless you're absolutely certain, because he'll hold you to it. The procurement department is responsible for managing the flow of goods and services to the tribe in an economical and cost-efficient way. Supply chain management ensures products are available and delivered quickly. It also helps to reduce quality issues and navigate returns with ease. The department's overall purpose is to support the tribe and the work of the department through the following teams: our warehouse, logistics, contracts, and the mailroom. Here you see some of the highlights of some of the work that has occurred in 2022. Right now, we're in process of just finishing up. We have the slab poured on the inside completed, and we have some windows and doors going in. I think the windows are in now. We have some doors that'll be going in shortly, and internal offices construction will be starting up here hopefully in the next couple of weeks once we get some of the building materials into Juneau. We're excited about this new facility. You may be asking, I just need to touch base on all this again. Roald made mention of it. How are we going to sustain all of these new facilities? Well, for items such as procurement, our intention is that the savings that we're going to be providing the tribe through procurement services will help alleviate some of that. 105L will pay the tribe fair market value. I think that's worth mentioning again. The 105L through the Department of Interior pays fair market value for our facilities that are used for programs. That's exciting for us. Those go right back into the operations and maintenance of said facilities. We're anticipating this new facility to be done in around midsummer. T&H Logistics. This is Tlingit and Haida's newest tribal enterprise. This is a comprehensive Southeast Alaska shipping and receiving, or freight logistics operation. And it has some experienced operators. We have experienced operators who understand the complexities of living in Southeast Alaska and are ready to provide freight solutions to fill the service gaps throughout the region. Through partnerships with Washington and Alaska-based transportation companies, T&H Logistics is able to provide competitive pricing and alternative options to existing, expensive, and limited freight services. How many of you in your communities in Southeast here experience expensive, limited freight services? Yeah, right? We hope to alleviate that. Are we going to solve every problem? No, but we hope to be able to provide some of the logistics issues that you have when we have things that are coming into Alaska and trying to get them from Juneau or other communities to your own community. Again, we won't be able to solve every problem, but we want to solve and be an answer to part of the problems. We have had some success already this year as we've been dipping our toes into the logistics program and the company and into the business. Here you see some of our 2023 goals. I'm almost done, folks. Small Business Resource Center. I have to tell you, this is probably one of my most proud developments through this pandemic is the creation of the Small Business Resource Center. You'll remember the Business and Economic Development Department for years operated resources for our tribal citizens and our communities across the region. Then there was a while there where the tribe took and decided we were going to focus our Business and Economic Development Department into enterprises. I couldn't figure out why we couldn't do both. And so we reintroduced our Small Business Resource Center. We took over our Indigenous Artist Market, and for the first time in 3 years, this year we held successfully our first Native Artist and Vendor Market in 3 years. As someone who, I'm not as active anymore, but as I was a small business artist of sewing furs, having some place to be able to sell my goods right after Thanksgiving was important. It was huge, right? Having a venue where I knew that I could be selling my goods to people who were looking for it was incredible. And having a table here in Juneau with a larger community as a hub community was a success for me, and I was happy to be able to see this start up once again this last year. All right. So our Certified Tribal Artist Program. This program promotes Alaska Native-made arts and handicrafts through certificate, permit cards, and gift tags, stickers, or a combination thereof to assist in the marketing of tribal citizens' artwork. I've been asked on a few occasions, how is this certification different from the Alaska's Silver Hand? The Silver Hand is the state of Alaska's artist authenticity certification. Tlingit and Haida's Certified Tribal Artist Program authenticates Tlingit and Haida tribal artists, not just in Alaska, but all over the country. In 2022, efforts to revitalize the Cultural Heritage Project and vision for the Thane property began when a development strategist was hired. Our development strategist has been tasked with refreshing the vision, ensuring the project will meet the needs of our tribal citizens and our future clients. The Cultural Heritage Project will serve as a powerful investment into fulfilling the tribe's mission and vision, and to enhance the awareness, preservation, and perpetuation of our Southeast Alaska indigenous cultures. The ARPA Rescue Small Business Relief Program was developed to provide direct relief assistance to tribal citizen-owned small businesses that have been impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. I just want to read a little bit off of here. We, again, in 2022, provided $2.7 million in grants to 545 tribal citizen small business owners in 22 Alaska communities and 25 states. We also did a small business relief startup. Again, provided $127,500 in grants to 51 new tribal citizen small business owners in 15 states. Again, this is important because through this, to get qualified to receive the $2,500, they had to come and take part in some small business classes where they were able to develop a business plan. And for those of you that own a small business and you've utilized a business plan, you recognize and acknowledge and know how important a business plan is to the success of your business. And so this was something in a first step that we utilized to help our tribal citizens get their business started and running. I also just need to make mention that to date, out of ARPA alone, we've given out through 2022, $6.3 million given out of ARPA relief funds to tribal citizen small businesses out of ARPA. That does not include the CARES Act that we also handed out a couple $1 million out as well. And so there's been significant resources that have been handed out to the backbone of every community, which is small businesses. Title Network was started in 2021, and that was to connect communities and residents of Southeast Alaska by increasing access to broadband internet and providing training for digital literacy. The program leverages grant opportunities available to address areas with underserved and unserved broadband internet access. Grant funds will be applied to the construction of towers to assist in and subsidize high-cost internet to residents of Southeast Alaska. Additionally, Title Network is responsible for the use and management of the Federal Communication Commission, or FCC's, 2.5 gigahertz spectrum award. Many of our tribes here in Southeast Alaska, if not all of them, have applied through the FCC and received their 2.5 gigahertz spectrum award. Tlingit and Haida is committed to closing the digital divide by providing increased broadband to as many people for as long as possible at the lowest cost. The nearly $50 million grant from NTIA is the largest grant, again, that Tlingit and Haida has received to date, but it is going to be spent quickly. As you can imagine, providing internet across Southeast Alaska is high costs. Towers are expensive. Be able to provide broadband across mountains and just through our terrain and region is not something that'll be cheap. But we've brought together the best team in Alaska for making sure that this is going to occur. I'm excited about our Tidal Network team. We believe, and I can say this publicly because I'm not ashamed to say it, is that I think our Tidal Network team is far ahead of even where the state's comprehension of 2.5 gigahertz broadband is going on here in Alaska. And we are the leaders in our experience and knowledge of this field in the state of Alaska. No matter what community in Southeast you're in, internet is not guaranteed, nor is it fast or reliable. And Tidal Network is Tlingit and Haida's response to this issue. Furthermore, we've invested, even aside from our NTIA grant, we've invested in this department and business and know the importance of the 3 topic areas. And this is what I share because I'm not a techie. I am reading my notes off of paper. That's how non-techie I am. But I share just the importance of broadband and internet to our communities, especially those of you that are in the villages of small communities. There's 3 areas that we really want to address and make a positive impact in, and that's education in our small communities, where internet is underserved or unserved at all. Economic development, telemedicine, and behavioral health. These are the 3 things that hit to my heart the most, and I believe hits the heart of the tribe, and is what has really initiated us to make sure that this is something that we're going to make a reality. We're getting started in Wrangell this summer with building towers. We have work with Sitka lined out as well, and other communities right here in this region. Tribal transportation this last year has had a lot of work. As you can imagine, not only do they maintain all of our parking facilities and our inventoried road areas across Juneau and Saxman area, but they've also inherited the fleet management department and were charged with the creation of that department. This includes the checkout and the check-in of vehicles, the maintenance, such as minor repairs and cleaning. We are proud of the Tribal Transportation Department and the role this department will continue to have in the tribe's infrastructural goals. When I say that, this is how really important that you don't realize that Tribal Transportation Department really is. We're able to put our Cowie Creek subdivision and all of our properties into the BIA's Tribal Transportation Program inventory. This allows us to use and leverage federal dollars from Federal Highway Tribal Transportation Program, and it's the only federal funding that is out there that you could use as a match. And so it's exciting for us to be able to be doing this kind of work, and so this is things that we've been working on vigorously as of late. Southeast General Contractors. Southeast General Contractors is one of Tlingit and Haida's newer tribal enterprises and carries out all of the renovations, the new construction, and general maintenance needs of the tribe. We call it SGC for short. And SGC works closely with the tribe's client service programs as well to provide work experience and training opportunities to tribal citizens interested in entering the construction trade. In 2022 alone, SGC completed 14 jobs. Most of those were internal, while employing 11 laborers and carpenters, 5 admin staff, all of which over 80% were native hire. Now, I will tell you that 2022 was a more difficult year for SGC, as the tribe has been in the planning and design stages primarily this last year for our project development. That means less construction activity, more planning and development. But we were able to keep our staff from moving to other companies. Therefore, we were not leaving us without a ready labor force for when our work does begin and is already beginning in this busy building season. We did our best to keep them busy with various construction training opportunities and with our smaller in-house renovations. 2023, though, with all of the projects that we have in store, these guys are going to be extremely busy, and we're excited to be able to report back just how successful they were at the end of this next year. Let me get to the last couple of slides right here. Hospitality acquisitions, the Driftwood Lodge. I've been asked, what is the tribe going to do with the Driftwood? Well, let me just explain a little bit about this acquisition. This is over 1 acre of real estate in the Juneau Village that is immediately adjacent to our current campus. Our extensive due diligence of this property and business showed us that this was a sound investment for the tribe, both economically and for the future plans and growth of the tribe. So what are our plans? Well, we have time to come up with a plan that makes sense for Tlingit and Haida. The Driftwood makes money. I need to say that again. This was a sound investment. The Driftwood makes money. And while we intend on minor upgrades to the facility, we more so are wanting to make sure that whatever we decide with the property, it's done right, and it's done right the first time. And so while we have ideas, we have plans, and we're developing those plans, we're not in a position where we want to share those plans or can share those plans at this moment. We're going to take a little bit of time to make sure that every aspect of whatever we're going to be doing with this property is done well. I also just want to share, I was asked a couple of years ago, what kind of due diligence process does the tribe go through? I'm not going to get into just a big long booklet of it, but we do not only a financial analysis of properties and businesses that we engage with, but we go into an extensive due diligence property through environmental assessments, through electrical, mechanical, structural, plumbing. Every investigation that can be done on a piece of property or structure is done. And it doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen without expense, but we found it to be fruitful and beneficial to us. Why? Because we're utilizing the tribe's resources for the acquisitions of these properties, and we know we're going to be questioned, we know we have to have answers, and we know that when we purchase a property, we better make sure that we have answers as to why. And we need to make sure that we've done all of the processes we can to make sure that we're making good investments on behalf of the tribe. The Gathering Place in Haines. This is a property that we currently have under a long-term lease. The Gathering Place is a Haines vacation rental cabin located in Lutak Inlet in Haines on 160 acres with 1 mile of road frontage. It's a lookout over the inlet. Cabins are just 3 miles from the ferry terminal, 7 miles from the downtown area. We have 2 fully furnished cabins that are absolutely astronomically beautiful with a view that is second to none over Lutak, with their own private baths and full kitchen. The cabins are available during the summer tour season. Probably more lucrative and appreciative for the tribe and for you is to know that this place also houses our Haines Smoke Signals fireworks sales location during the summer. That being the case, President Peterson and Chairman, I've concluded my report, and I stand ready for some questions. I only rolled 2 questions, so I'm hoping that that's all we get today.
Before I take any questions, and my job here is to make sure we expedite our session this afternoon to get out of here a little bit later, but I will entertain the 3 people standing here for questions. And after Will's done fielding questions, I have 3 announcements I want to make, and I think you guys will probably be happy to hear that. So we'll go ahead and let them take their questions. President Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I can't sit here without feeling a sense of pride and how proud I am of my tribal great-grandson, KJE. Your grandma, Martha James, and your namesake, Richard Newton, would be very, very proud of you. I'm sure they're here listening to your presentation, and your grandma raised a good boy. And so I just want to say how proud I am to refer to you as my great-grandson because every time I read about an acquisition, I tell my family, that's my great-grandson did that. So thank you again, and thank you for your report, and keep up the good work. You make us proud.
Go ahead.
Shikakata Uyakhatdosak, Jessica Lopre, Seattle delegate. I had two questions. First one had to do about the barge and the shipments. My first question I had was, will the freight services be available for tribal citizens who own and operate small businesses both in and out of Alaska when their businesses are bringing items and goods into Alaska? That's my first question. And the second one has to do with the last part of your report when it came to the lodgings in some of our areas. Has the tribe had a chance to take a look at sustainable eco sort of lodging and housing for when our guests do join us to minimize their impact on our environment? So looking at things like solar and wind to help power, looking at compostable toilets so we're not relying so much on trying to have like those big, ginormous like tanks that leak into our groundwaters. And then also looking at possible ways of being able to have RV spaces, if they do have their RVs, to have those places set so that way they can have a plug or a way to have those space there. So those were my two questions. For
All right, well, thank you. So to answer your logistics question, the short answer is yes. And so I will say that this is a relatively new enterprise that started up. While I'm confident with the staff that we have, it is a piece of tribal development that we're still developing. We have had success already this fall and through the first quarter of this year. But that being the case, I hate to say it, we're going to take over the world. We want to be an assistance to help address an issue on that. So yes, but the answer is yes. We'd be happy to go ahead and help with logistics, and we would do it very confidently with bringing stuff in. In regards to doing eco-friendly hospitality, of course, yeah, we definitely are looking at what we could do to be most efficient and effective, but also eco-friendly as well. In all aspects. And we're doing that tribe-wide, not just with hospitality, but everything that we have in all of our facilities.
Thank you.
Okay. Morgan, go ahead.
Morgan Howard, Seattle delegate. Will, thank you for your report and appreciate your hard work. I have a question about Tidal Network. In Yakutat, through Cordova Wireless, they had a broadband grant, very large one. 4 years ago it started, but they still haven't put their microwaves in place. Meanwhile, the folks there have got Starlink. So my concern is with Tidal Network, those towers are expensive, $500,000, and it takes years. What about the folks who may want to go with Starlink? Wouldn't it be better just to fund them and have them do that to the house? I know, the middle mile will do cell service, and that's important for emergency services and all, but if we're talking about service at the home where folks need to work, I was wondering if you had that option or if the funds were restricted where you can't just provide the monthly amount needed for a Starlink service. That's the question.
Thank you very much for that question. Chris and Luke, would you guys stand up? Chris is the director of Tidal Network, and Luke, right next to him, is our network architect for our department of Tidal Network. Chris is a tribal citizen, lives in Anchorage, and Luke has been working within tribal organizations for quite a number of years, lives over in Sitka. I flew them in. For very technical questions, I would talk to them, but I will say this, the answer is yes. We have worked with every major internet service provider in Southeast Alaska, and actually probably the state of Alaska, every single one of them. If you can name them, we have sat down and continue to partner and sit down with them. And I will say that even includes exploring a multitude of different business and just partnership opportunities that we have even with Starlink, yes.
Yes.
So,
So you've been talking to Elon Musk then?
well, I don't know about Elon, but maybe, I don't know.
Can I interrupt?
I'll ask them then,
So,
I guess.
I
later.
would talk to them.
You should talk to them, but the answer is we already are working with Starlink. We were working with them.
Yeah, because once the installation, then it's about monthly costs, and can we lower it to even make it so it's, because it's like a utility now, as you know. Folks need it to work, especially the pandemic showed that.
It's imperative, absolutely, yes, sir.
Bob.
Ganeshtish, my name is Bob Sam, Sitka delegate. I have attended Tlingit Haida for a number of years in the past. I recall in the 60s, we had a number of captains, large fleets of boats owned by native people, and they contributed by bringing delegates to conventions and contributed huge amounts of money to local communities by the fact that they owned their own boats and they owned their own fleets. And today there's very few captains left. And I just would like to recognize a few of them because they're delegates here. They're very valuable and precious to us and contribute. And these are some of the owners of the boats. Siddidinshaw, fishing vessel Geraldine. Delbert Kadek, fishing vessel Jade Ann. Frank Wright, fishing vessel Vagabond Queen. Paul Marks II, fishing vessel Carol W. Clarence Leidy, fishing vessel Silver Lining, Taku Chief. Norval Nelson Jr., Norval Nelson III, Nicholas Nelson, fishing vessel Star of the Sea, fishing vessel Christian, fishing vessel Trinity. I know there are more, and we need a lot more native-owned fishing vessels to bring the economy back to the local villages, and our captains, they are very precious to us. When they are the captain of the ship, they're the ones that legally, they're like judges and very high people. So I just wanted to mention them and recognize them because we need more of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I was going to ask Will if he even sleeps. Oh, thank you, Will. So, ready for some good news here, everyone? Everybody looks kind of tired, prior to the pandemic, we talked about moving the memorial service to the first day and towards the front of the agenda instead of the back. With that, before I call on our keynote address, we only have one committee meeting, and that will be we'll recess for that committee meeting, and that one will be the Cultural Heritage Committee. They are meeting on the Tribal Assembly floor in the Juneau delegation area here, dedicated, and the resolution they'll be discussing is Resolution 2307 Memorial Totem Pole dedicated to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and people in downtown Juneau. As a reminder, all other resolutions were adopted in the consent calendar this morning. So that's the good news. We just one committee meeting. So having said that, we only have we have our keynote, we have the Forest Service, and then the committee meeting. And so if everything goes as planned, we'll get out of here by a couple hours early. So that's what we're going to shoot for. And with that, and maybe when we do go to recess, the delegates that are not on the committee, delegates can go to the registration on the second floor to retrieve their second stipend for the tribal assembly day one. So anyway, with that, we will immediately recess after the committee meeting, and as soon as they're done, I will go ahead and recess just for about 15 minutes, and we'll get ready for the memorial, and we'll get that done respectively. And I do ask, please, the delegates that are representing our communities, please stay. We're doing this to honor our people. I've always said in years past, to me, this was always my most important my important session here at Tribal Assembly. So if we can do that, we're working, to the best of our ability to make this really work this time, because the last time it was, like I said, I don't want to sound repetitive, but it was at the very tail end of our Tribal Assembly. So while we still have fresh minds here today, we're going to go ahead and do that. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our next speaker, our keynote address, Philip Bankershank, forward to give the keynote address.
Good afternoon. Try that again. Good afternoon. Thank you. Mr. President Peterson, distinguished Vice Presidents, President Emeritus Thomas, Past President Martin, distinguished delegates, hosts and hostesses, A&B, ANS leaders, I am honored to be invited to address you. And I am privileged as well to be joined here today by my wife of almost 41 good years, Dr. Baker-Shank, Dr. Charlotte Baker-Shank in the back. Your kind hospitality to us over the years is very much appreciated. My English name is Phil Baker-Shank, but for the past 2.5 decades since my honorary adoption into the Dog Salmon Clan and Raven moiety, my Tlingit name is Yel Shan, which I'm told means wise elder raven. I'm also told that as my Tlingit baby tongue ages, I sound like I'm saying that I'm an old crow. As a non-native who grew up on a Pennsylvania potato farm, I count it a high personal privilege to have been asked to advocate for Tlingit and Haida as a lawyer in Washington, D.C. now for decades. Gunul Shish, Hawa. In the past, I have usually stood before you at Assembly and talked about mostly what was going on in Washington, D.C., and how it might impact federal Indian policy, and therefore how it might impact Tlingit and Haida. But I'm not going to talk much about that today with you, not much about partisan political paralysis in DC, not about how folks are playing chicken, a risky game of chicken with the debt limit. I'm not going to talk about the craziness that is their presidential politics. And I'm not even going to say much about a pending Supreme Court decision in the Brackeen case that we do fear will strike down the 45-year-old Indian Child Welfare Act, which was the first piece of legislation I helped to write as a young staffer. But instead of that mess that is Washington, D.C., I want to speak today about the resilience that I have seen here at Tlingit and Haida. Over 35 years ago, here on this stage, in this Parada-rich hall, behind this podium, Tlingit and Haida asked me to help lead a 638 training seminar. And soon thereafter, I began to assist Tlingit and Haida in lobbying and negotiating to make Tlingit and Haida one of the first self-governance tribes in America. A few years later, when the U.S. Interior Department arbitrarily and capriciously dropped Tlingit and Haida, can you imagine it? Dropped Tlingit and Haida from its list of federally recognized tribes, that was in 1993, I helped heed the call to arms that was trumpeted by then President Thomas and fought with him long and hard alongside him to help restore in federal law the status of Tlingit and Haida as a federally recognized regional tribal government. Your victory, the victory of your leadership, and the victory of the people at that time was one of the most meaningful I have known since I began my work in Indian country in 1976. Yet that victory was but one of many existential challenges that generations of Tlingit and Haida people have overcome as you have bent history toward justice in the long arc of the moral universe. Tlingit and Haida people, as you know full well, have survived colonization, exploitation, land and resource theft, decimation of fish and wildlife, cultural misappropriation, language loss, kidnappings, and prejudicial discrimination. And you are still here. Your cultures and your governmental institutions are thriving. Small wonder you call your biennial festival Celebration. So with that backdrop, I want to turn to the theme of this 88th Tribal Assembly, sovereignty in land we trust. Now that's a thought-provoking idea, isn't it? Usually we put our trust in a lot of other things like God, our instincts, friends and family, but trust in land? How does sovereignty mean we trust in land? Well, I think to understand that, we have to first understand several things about sovereignty. Although governments derive sovereignty from their people, only governments exercise that sovereignty. Sovereignty mostly depends on two things: which government is asserting their sovereign power and authority, and about what is that government asserting it. Indigenous governments like Tlingit and Haida claim sovereignty because you are the original governments in a territorial place. You are indigenous to this area. It is your homeland. And having a homeland helps define a people and define their government and its powers. Ownership of land enables an owner to have some measure of control over what happens on it, but even ownership control is constrained. It's constrained by the control of governments through things like zoning, taxation, permitting. That kind of governmental control is called jurisdiction. So if sovereignty means a tribe gets to determine what happens on its own lands, both ownership and jurisdiction are required. And for a tribal government under federal law, jurisdiction comes about when its land is accepted into trust by the federal government. This is why it was so momentous that this past November, the U.S. Interior Department announced that it was finally ready to accept into trust for Tlingit and Haida a small parcel of land in the parking lot right outside here, right outside this tribal building, and then began the process at the department to turn its attention to the approving Tlingit and Haida applications for many other parcels surrounding it. This all came about because of the decades of hard work by many people here in this room. President Thomas, for years, doggedly insisted that federal lawmakers honor the tribal government status of Tlingit and Haida on par with those of other tribes in the lower 48, including the right to regain land and have it placed in trust. President Bill Martin actively built on that foundation by boldly and strategically filing multiple applications to place land into trust here in the Juneau Indian Village. And then President Peterson has expanded those applications dramatically and aggressively and persistently advocated for their approval. I was privileged along this path to work alongside Director of Lands and Resources Desiree Duncan and alongside Madeline Soboleff-Levy, General Counsel, and many others who shepherded this entire Fee to Trust application process over the past 2 decades. For a tribal government like Tlingit and Haida, regaining land ownership and jurisdiction is key to restoring the full measure of sovereignty it once had. But uninformed and distorted fears keep blowing stiff headwinds that slow our progress toward that Tlingit and Haida goal. The latest windstorm is the lawsuit that was filed in January by the state of Alaska to try to block the Interior Department's acceptance of that small parking lot parcel. This opposition is, to put it mildly, exasperating. Neighboring governments need not fear tribal government jurisdiction. Tribal jurisdiction is a political muscle that may be lawfully flexed only within U.S. constitutional boundaries. And when it comes to who sets the outer limits of tribal jurisdiction, that Constitution of the United States places that power exclusively with the United States Congress, not with the state of Alaska. Tribal jurisdiction benefits non-tribal neighbors. Saying that 30, 40 years ago may have been a stretch. But go anywhere in Indian country in the lower 48 and look what tribal jurisdiction has done for neighbors. There should be no debate, no question at all. Yet there is in Alaska. I have seen that tribal jurisdiction works for everyone. Time and time again, throughout all of Indian country, cooperative collaboration, not contentious contravention, is rewarding for everyone. And so I would invite my fellow non-natives here in Alaska, fear not, drop your lawsuit to block Tlingit and Haida's trust land. Instead of fighting, creatively chart a common path together with Tlingit and Haida that will restore its land and that will respect its tribal sovereignty and tribal self-determination as the people and government indigenous to this area. That is an important way to repair history and to restore trust. To say we trust in land is to say we believe land has enduring, timeless value. It's the habitat for culture, identity, and sovereignty. For land to be held in trust means that federal law will protect it forever from the loss of tribal ownership and control. Of course, this legal permanency of trust land can be eroded, and the land can be lost again if, but only if, a tribal government falls into disunity, or a tribal government loses its vigilance, or the tribal government consents to the transfer out of trust. So, internal factional fighting, internal disarray can be fatal to a tribal government. And this is why I'm convinced it's of the utmost importance that Tlingit and Haida, delegates all, remain unified in your identity as a single regional tribal government, as set forth in the preamble of the Tlingit and Haida Constitution, and as the U.S. Congress itself reaffirmed in 1994 when it declared that Tlingit and Haida Central Council, pursuant to the 1934 Act as amended, quote, is and continues to be, close quote, a federally recognized Indian tribal government. As the Tlingit and Haida Constitution sets forth, the sole governing body of the Tlingit and Haida tribal government is this tribal assembly, in session as you are today. And when the tribal assembly is not in session, the executive council serves as the sole Tlingit and Haida governing body. Alongside the primary role of the community councils under the Tlingit and Haida Constitution is to elect delegates to these tribal assemblies. This is the unique Tlingit and Haida structure that Congress and the Interior Department have recognized as the tribal government with whom the United States has a relationship. This is the tribal government for whom the United States holds land in trust today. Kudos to the leadership who brought that about. So in conclusion, I want to circle back to where we started. For generations as a people, you have not only survived, you have thrived, despite existential threats to your families, to your cultures, and your tribal government. Tlingit and Haida Central Council is legally and politically organized as one unified tribe with one constitutional structure, drawing its members from several cultures and languages across many generations with citizens in many places. But together as a tribe, you have one future, tribally determined, and recovering some tribally determined sovereign control over some of your former lands will brighten your tribally determined future like the sun in a cloudless sky over Juneau today. In this, we all can trust. Sovereignty and land we trust. Gunal Sheesh, Hawa.
Thank you, Phil. That's what an amazing speech. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication to the tribe, and I know that we wouldn't be here without your help. And so we have a little gift to bestow upon you on behalf of the president. And I don't know what it is, so you might want to show them.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I think our President Emeritus would like to say something.
Oh, please do.
I apologize to the delegates when I was doing the introduction last night. One of the things that we see under President Peterson's administration is they have the financial stability to take them forward and do things. During the years that I was involved in managing federal contracts, we received 80% of the money that was due to us from the federal government for indirect costs. And those of you that have been delegates for years know that each time we made a report on finances, we showed that we had indirect costs under recovery of approximately 20% every year. To get it recovered took lawsuits, the Navajo lawsuits and the Nez Perce, and we did not have the money by ourselves to go out and lobby, and our attorney was expert at reaching out to other tribes so that collectively they had the strength to keep on going to court, even though the federal government had been ruled against a couple of times. Our tribes had to go and do that time and time again. And you could not do it by ourselves. And it took a person like Phil Bickershank to go and coordinate with other attorneys so that we really had the power to bring it back. And so by the time I left and they settled the lawsuit, it nearly was 50% increase in the tribe's cash and our tribal trust fund. And so that is due to the work that Phil did, and of course, Crane Garza kept track of those dollars all the years that she was here, so that we knew exactly how much the federal government owed us. It was not something we pulled off the shelf. It was something we had in the records. And so I want to thank Phil here for helping us during that period of time and allowing us to bring back some of the money that the federal government deprived of us over 20 years. So thanks, Phil. And another thing, while I have the mic, we talk about the restoration of our tribal recognition, the federal tribal recognition. I know of tribes that, I know of tribal people that have been lobbying Congress for nearly 20 years or over and have never got federal recognition. Phil, working with other people in Congress, we got it done in 1 year. No other tribe that I'm aware of that has ever happened where you're taken off the list and get it restored in 1 year. Phil had the wherewithal to coordinate with people in Congress, both sides of the aisle. It took that to make it happen. And so, the getting restoration was not an automatic thing. It really took a lot of effort and happened in less than a year. And thanks again, Phil.
Thank you. So again, before I recognize our Forest Service speaker, again, as soon as he is done with his speaking, we will go ahead and move right into the committee session. And as soon as they adjourn, we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll come right back in and do the memorial service. And I do really encourage again that our delegates stay so we can give this memorial service the honor that it deserves. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call up United States Forest Service Region 10, David Smith, Alaska Regional Forester.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, it is truly an honor to be here with you today, and it's a bit humbling following the keynote speaker. That was an amazing speech and very inspiring. But let me start by acknowledging, importantly, that the Tongass National Forest was established on Alaska Native traditional lands and territories. The Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian people have been stewards of these lands and waters since time immemorial. We acknowledge and honor that your traditional knowledge, your ongoing stewardship, and your sacred relationship between the people and place. We also acknowledge tribal sovereignty, I see the theme here today, and our unique government-to-government relationship. We're committed to engaging meaningfully to develop plans, make decisions, review policies, and collaborate on projects that safeguard and support tribal interests. That includes protecting customary and traditional uses, conserving traditional territory, promoting indigenous culture, and ensuring consultation between tribes and the Forest Service is regular and robust. Thank you for inviting me today. It is truly an honor to be here with you. For those of you that I have not met yet, and I've got to meet a few folks I haven't seen for some time, I'm Dave Schmid, the Regional Forester for the Alaska region of the USDA Forest Service. For my time with you today, I'll keep it short. I know we're running a little bit over. I'd like to review a few highlights and challenges over the last year, and then really look at some of the many opportunities ahead. In my 40-plus years with the Forest Service, it's hard to say, and 28 of those living here in Alaska and working in Alaska, I cannot recall another time where there has been so much energy around tribal relations, and it's something I've looked forward to for my whole career. There is a strong emphasis on tribal engagement occurring at all levels of the federal government, from our districts all the way up to the president. We are working hard to ensure those gains that we make now will endure, and that we are cultivating even stronger relationships into the future. The Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy is one of the ways that reflects our commitment to put tribal relations front and center. You may recall that Secretary Vilsack announced SAS almost 2 years ago in the summer of 2021. There were 4 parts, 4 pillars to that strategy. Number 1 was restore the 2001 roadless rule protections. And as you know, a new rule was published here just in this last January, restoring those protections. Invest $25 million to support short and long-term opportunities and needs in Southeast Alaska communities. That $25 million was obligated to Southeast Alaska in agreements by the end of September of last year. End large-scale old-growth timber sales and focus on forest restoration, recreation, and resilience, including for climate, wildlife habitat, and watershed improvement. This is an ongoing effort, and I'll speak a little bit more about that in a minute. And engage in meaningful consultation with tribal nations. I believe our consultation has improved. We are committed to do even better. It's a long path in front of us. Today, we are putting all of the approved and funded SAS projects into play thanks to our continuing collaboration with Tlingit and Haida and others. In total, SAS funded 60 projects involving more than 30 organizations. Approximately $16.5 million went to tribes, Alaska Native corporations, and tribal entities for tribal and indigenous interest and capacity. We entered into several agreements with Tlingit and Haida, including workforce development and youth engagement programs administered by the council and conducted by other tribes using sub-awards. I'm proud of how we showed up with our one USDA partners, Rural Development and Natural Resource Conservation Service. We listened first. We heard from you and communities across the region about what you needed. The SAS initiative helped us engage on new levels with Southeast Alaska tribes. And our roadless rule over the years has included significant challenges and highlights. Some of you have been directly involved and are aware of certainly the challenges. The previous administration ignored the work with cooperating tribes, the cooperating agency tribes to craft, and I appreciate you coming to the table, but to craft a balanced alternative that would have met the needs for all, and instead adopted a rule the administration did, just exempting the entire Tongass from roadless protections. And I acknowledge that the administration broke a lot of trust. And the tribes were rightfully angry. Highlights, the flip side of that, the new administration has really embraced tribal relations and tribal consultation. In consulting with our tribes, we crafted a new rule to repeal that 2020 rule and restore the 2001 roadless rule protections. That new rule was published in January 27th, 2023, and restored the 2001 roadless protections. 9.5 million acres on the Tongass forests are protected, while providing for some exceptions to address those local needs. Next area, the traditional homelands conservation petition. This came out of with the last roadless rule. Tlingit and Haida, along with 11 other Southeast tribal nations, submitted a petition to the Secretary of Agriculture in 2020 calling for a new rulemaking process. The new rule would conserve traditional territory, protect customary and traditional uses, and call for robust and meaningful government-to-government consultation on achieving those goals. Thank you for your patience and your continued engagement and consultations as we seek to meet the objectives of that petition. As we shared during our January consultation, the Secretary has proposed a response that favors local decision-making over national rulemaking as the best means to achieve petition goals and ensure they are enduring. I agree with the Secretary on this. Local decision-making includes engaging with tribes through the Tongass Forest Plan process, revision process, to ensure that the new plan components protect customary traditional uses and conserve traditional territory. Crafting Alaska-specific policies defining robust and meaningful government-to-government consultation. Renewing memorandum of understanding and agreements with tribes and the Agency on Tribal Engagement. Continuing to implement and expand the SAS agreements and investments. Additional co-stewardship agreement opportunities, which I will speak of next. We are still consulting with tribes on the Secretary's proposed response, but the Secretary would like to send that formal response soon. I expect that very soon. Co-stewardship. In November 2021, Secretaries Vilsack and Hallen issued joint secretarial order fulfilling the trust responsibilities to Indian tribes in the stewardship of federal lands and waters. Their joint order is robust. Key highlights include the departments will collaborate to ensure that the tribal governments play an integral role in federal land management decision-making. Meaningful consultation with tribal nations should occur early and often regarding planning and decision-making for federal lands and waters. Agreements will be made with Indian tribes to collaborate in the co-stewardship of federal lands and waters, including for wildlife and its habitat. The joint order also gives us good challenges. The order requires us to use our existing tools in new ways. The order allows tribes and agency to define co-stewardship in ways that are meaningful to us. Co-stewardship has been a learning process for our agency, and as we explore how to co-steward and forge new agreements and visions with tribes. Examples that could be considered as productive co-stewardship agreements include youth engagement and workforce development agreements with Tlingit and Haida and other tribes. Watershed restoration agreements on Prince of Wales Island with tribes and Alaska Native corporations. The Wildfire Response Crew Agreement with Tlingit and Haida and our agency. We are excited to keep expanding our co-stewardship efforts. We have many others underway. Internal efforts to support tribal interests. This is something near and dear to my heart, and hopefully the communities here in Southeast Alaska. And in February and March, the Alaska region conducted an ANILCA hiring blitz. ANILCA gave us the authority to do direct hire with individuals that are locals, that live in communities, especially rural communities, that have that local specialized experience. And it is a non-competitive hiring system. And we have expanded that through this blitz, including we had staff hiring events, I believe, in 8 Southeast communities recruiting entry-level Forest Service positions. I'm pleased to report that the community level resulted in more than, I think it was 127 individuals were selected and have been offered positions. And these, again, are early career positions across the region. We're also working to add 3 more tribal relations staff on the Tongass National Forest. In April, 140 new employees came to Juneau for a 3-day orientation. A tribal relations overview and discussions with a tribal panel were among the most popular and moving and powerful parts of that orientation. Our employees are curious and committed to learn and support tribal relations. In conclusion, we're engaging more regularly and meaningful with tribes in many ways. I know there's a ways to go. Our intention is to continue this effort to reach those that we have yet to connect with and to explore new areas for collaboration and co-stewardship. We do not see this as a temporary change. We see this as a fundamental shift in the way that we do things, as the proper way to conduct our government-to-government relations and to honor tribal sovereignty. Thank you so much for your time, Gunachis.
Yeah, we'll take a couple questions and then we will go for a break, but until we do that, we'll take a couple questions.
Just a comment. My name is Frank Wright from Hoona. You know, we had a government-to-government meeting with the Forest Service, and at a regional advisory council meeting, I had asked, I think it was Frank Sherman, I think, and I talked to him about government-to-government relations because we have relationship with the Park Service, and he said that he was going to meet with us, and the Forest Service did what he said he was going to do. And we're working with the Forest Service, and we're happy with what they had said. Any kind of movement that they're going to make within our area, they had told us that they would come and show us what their plans were. And I appreciate the cooperation with the government-to-government relation with the Forest Service and Gunachis.
Gunachis.
Go ahead, Del.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the report you gave today. I'm Delbert Kadek from Cake Delegate. I have 3 questions there. One of them, the first one, is every time I come to a public forum like this, I always ask the same question. Why 20 years ago or more did the Forest Service come in and take all the grave markers off all our sacred sites in our homeland? And they took them all off there, wiped out everything. And now it really hurts me when I go back to these bays there where I was a little kid to see homesteaders. We keep giving out our land to the mental health and they keep making their money there, but when's that going to stop there? Because you took away all our markers there that we grew up as, and then turning around and giving it to homesteaders. And now the only people that can afford it are the rich people from down south there, because now they're all up here being away from the big city, or some there for a vacation there, but those meant something to us there. So I don't see how you guys could do what you do there when they took away all our grave sites and everything like that, because we put those grave sites up there because we lost family there. And then we wanted to have a place to go visit there, but we couldn't go visit them anymore. And the second one is, you set precedents there last year or year before on the boroughs there, and they gave Petersburg another 15,000 acres of land there. And so the next time someone comes up like Cake there, if we decide to get a borough, form a borough, are we gonna get treated the same? I'm just asking if we're gonna be treated the same as Petersburg there, because they got 30,000 acres there altogether for their borough. And what made them so special there? Why did we do what we did there for them there? And I want to make sure that we get treated the same there when we form our borough there, that we get 30,000 acres there too there. And it had to come from you guys first there to start off everything. That's why I'm asking you.
That's two questions. Let me start with your first question. It's deeply troubling, and I'm sorry if the grave markers, I'm not familiar with that, but that's about the most horrible thing I can imagine for someone. And so I certainly can look into that. With the borough, I'm not as familiar. The state and the borough systems come together. The land around Cake, I know, is surrounded by national forest, and that would be something I assume we would work with the state on, as if that comes forth through some of the state selections. But I'm not as familiar with that. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you there. But my last one was, I was looking on Facebook yesterday and the other day there, and I saw that you guys were over in Angoon there. And I have lots of friends and family over there. So my worry came up there why they were visiting Angoon there, and they wanted to tell them there that Greens Creek needs some more land there. Why does Green Creek need some more land there? What does Angoon get off of it? They're their only city on there, Admiralty there, and I worry about them there. They want to keep taking from them and not giving anything back there. So how is it going to help Angoon there by you guys taking away more of their land?
Yeah, I believe, thank you. I think the meeting was around when they talked about the expansion of the Green Creek, it was the tailings piles, and so it's not more land, it's within the footprint that they already are operating on. So it doesn't expand the acreage of the land, but it certainly could raise the elevation of the tailings significantly in some areas.
Okay, well, my last question there would be, I was hoping that you guys were taking the data down there because I was following that for a long time there, because that has an effect on our wildlife there, and everything that affects our wildlife affects us there, because we eat everything from the ocean and we eat everything from the land. And back then it had lots of traces of bad stuff in there, and that could harm our people there. And we don't need that right now there, because we're already facing lots of health crises already in our rural communities there, and we don't need any more on top of that. They're just so somebody else can make some money. Thank you.
Thank you. I can stay for a couple. You bet.
I'm going to go ahead and recognize the three delegates standing in line here, and after that, Mr. Smith will be available on his side to take further questions. Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I want to thank you for protecting our lands in the Tongass Forest from the 2020 with the 9 protections. But I want to know, and I did hear there's a government to government, and you're going to be able to tell the tribes what you're doing. But is there somebody at the voice at the table for these decisions to help protect our Tongass lands? Any Native leaders that are at the table at this moment? And if not, and when you talked about employees, did you have Native employees in that too as well?
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard that, but most of all, do you have tribal leaders at the table for these decisions that are being upon the Tongass land?
Yes, thank you for the question. If I understand correctly, all of it. We have been doing much better on our government-to-government consultation in that we meet with all tribal nations and leaders. We invite that in before we make any decisions. Today, we try to do that. We are also trying to come and listen first, as I shared kind of the SAS, and trying to listen and hear before, instead of just coming in and saying, this is what we plan to do, what do you think? Right. So I think that's happening. In terms of our tribal liaisons and folks, we've been increasing the capacity both internal in the Forest Service and really trying externally through agreements, through funding, through investments in things like the Forest Guardians, the Seacoast Guardians efforts. Our hiring that I was talking about, we really targeted rural communities with those, local communities. And so it'll be a mix, and I'm hoping, when I look at the initial, just the demographics of who we're hiring, the people we're hiring now look like the communities that we're serving. And so we're getting a much better representation, especially within Alaska Natives.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Catherine?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Catherine Edwards, Seattle delegate. This is more, first, thank you for your report. Thank you for your consultation and your work with us. This is more of asking you to advocate and ally with us. If you could maybe talk to Secretary Vilsack. We want to open the Tongass to some of our veterans that were promised allotments, and we don't want them to have to choose somewhere outside of their homelands. And if you can help us do that, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Ganesh Chish.
Ganesh Chish, very open to that. All of the consultations that I attend, I know that certainly our members here, our senators, have been supportive of that. I know the Tongass has not been included in those veteran allotments, but I am optimistic that in future legislation that may start to happen. So, Joe.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Williams. My real name is Kakachka. And I want to say thank you very much for attending and addressing this forum this afternoon. I am tribal president of the organized village of Saxman, which makes me stand before you today. And we in Saxman, because of the United States Forest Service, have put in 28 totem poles in Saxman, which I want to say publicly, thank you very much for doing so. This was done in the 30s. Those totem poles were original and now need to be replaced. And we have one pole that has fallen in the evening. Praise God, there was no one around at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is the state of our totem poles. Once we had 28 standing, can no longer say that. We have 2 on the ground that need to be replaced. I've been requesting from the Forest Service logs to do so. One pole, when I first became tribal president, one pole we wanted to have done this past summer, which didn't get done because the lack of wood. I'm addressing this to you because I made this request for the Forest Service to step up to the plate. It's time now to step up to the plate and make logs available for totem poles. Not just any kind of logs that are suitable for a totem pole. What was told me is you need to go talk to Sea Alaska. I'm saying this because when I did speak with Sea Alaska, I was told by members of Sea Alaska that we have contributed over 250 logs to totem poles. The United States Forest Service, who has the largest landowner in Southeast Alaska, has the most logs. In the last 25 years, gave maybe 20. Where's the balance in that gift? I'm asking for a meeting and requested for a meeting to be meeting with Sea Alaska President next Monday. I was assured that somebody with the authority to commit to this project would be there. The young man that was going to be there is now on family vacation. Okay? and he's sending another individual, and I've just asked, does he have the authority to commit? So if he doesn't, maybe I'm looking at the man that does. And if that's the case, I'm publicly inviting you to attend that meeting at Sea Alaska Corporate Headquarters at 10 o'clock Monday morning. Thank you.
Thank you, President William. I would like to follow up. I know folks have, actually, I have a meeting tomorrow at 10 o'clock with Sea Alaska on cultural logs, and I think that was an outcome of listening and hearing. My deputy was down meeting, I think, with you in Saxman a couple weeks ago. And the cultural wood, we've identified a bunch of funds to help, and you're right, most of those logs have come from regional corporation lands. And so what we've done is we're looking at, we've got some funding in place. We've got the ability to identify and inventory those logs through other new satellite imagery. And we're looking to move forward. One of our challenges has been, how do you get them from where they're at on the landscape? And that's what we're meeting with Sea Alaska. It's not asking Sea Alaska to put up more logs. It's how can they maybe support and work with us, and have had some commitments from Anthony Malott. And so we will, and I'll make sure that either myself or someone that can speak with our authority to commit to that will be at that meeting.
Yeah, my name is James Jack Sr. I'm a delegate from Juneau by way of Hoona. First of all, I'm a proud veteran of 2 years of the United States Army, proudly, honorably discharged. Ms. Edwards mentioned that the veterans of Southeast Alaska have been wanting to select their allotment lands within Tongass National Forest. Now, let me remind you that we were the stewards of this land from time immemorial, not just the Tlingit Nation, the Haida Nation as well. We did some math, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Tongass National Forest is something like 17 million acres. If we were allowed the number of veterans that are eligible for the allotment in Southeast Alaska, I don't remember the exact number, but if we were allowed to select within Tongass National Forest, we would only claim 0.5% of Tongass National Forest. Yet there's a great reluctance to give back to us what was once owned by us. Good sheesh.
Ganeshish. One more.
All right, Clinton, you'll be the last one I'll recognize, and we're going to stick with our plan. Go ahead there, Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clinton Cook, delegate from Craig, also the president of the Craig Tribal Association. I would just like to remind you of a few things that may have been muddied with the CARES Act, and that's the order of precedence I recently learned from President Emeritus Thomas. The first obligation for the USDA is the IRA tribes. That's your first point of contact in the Tongass. The next will be the traditional tribes. The third, ANSCA, have no contact. ANSCA regional corporations. We have 4 federally recognized tribes on Prince of Wales. How many foresters have we been through, and they've yet to come through the doors at the Craig tribe? That is not okay. I'm not the person to go on their door. They need to consult with us. We are the people of the Tongass. We were here. And when you talk about wanting logs, they should go to the IRAs. They shouldn't go to Sea Alaska Heritage or Sea Alaska. The tribes need to be in line first.
Okay.
Lastly, we oppose every land sale that you want to do because we're tired of old growth logging desecrating our homelands. And the Forest Service turns around and does a land swap with the state for mental health land. Once again, that is not okay. the state does not recognize us. And it muddies the waters. And it's time that changed. Thank you.
Thank you, President Cook. I would remind folks as well, the Alaska Mental Health Exchange was, Congress passed that. That was not the Forest Service here as well. That was congressionally passed, that did move those in. And I appreciate your concerns and comments on the home one.
All right. Well, on behalf of the tribes, we would like to present you with a little token of our appreciation. Thank you for taking the time to visit us today. Say a few words.
Thank you all so much, and special thanks to President Peterson. He and I have been longtime friends. I think it's been about 23 years, and I've learned so much from your president here, and I continue to just admire his leadership with all of you. So thank you, and thank you.
You're good. All right, we are going to break for I talked to the chairman of the Cultural Heritage Committee, Mr. Hodge. He said it would probably only take about 20 minutes to conduct this one and only tribal resolution 2307 memorial totem pole, and it's going to be right in this corner here. In the meantime, when we break, I was handed a note. All delegates who were present for day one can retrieve their tribal assembly meeting stipend in the lobby by the elevators. Virtual delegates will receive direct deposit. So we're going to stand down for 20 minutes until we hear from the Resources Committee. And during that time, can we have the staff start setting up for the memorial? We will stick by our plan to get out of here early today. Thank you.